Ce sera aujourd'hui ou jamais.
Et tu es sûr que ça laisse pas de traces?
Et le scandale? Tu imagines le scandale?
Ça ne peut finir que d'une façon. Ce sont des monstres. Dieu n'aime pas les monstres.
Oh, j'ai la tête qui éclate, moi. Je vis une histoire de fou.
Ce n'est pas une histoire de fou, c'est une histoire diabolique.
Qui est là?
Allô? Qui est là? Répondez, nom de Dieu!
Une baignoire. Diabolique. Un costume d'homme. Diabolique. Une malle en osier. Diabolique. Une piscine.
Qui l'a enfoncé sous l'eau?
Qu'est-ce que c'est?
There was once a peddler who arrived with his pack of mountains of a 6-hour walk to the nearest inn. The farmer and his sons agreed and acted very glad to have him. And they were. So glad, in fact, that before the sun came up again, they had murdered the peddler, robbed him, and buried his body under the dirt floor of the shed behind the kitchen. They got away with it, too. As the years passed, more settlers came to that region. The son who had inherited the house sold it, moved further west where he could carry on the family tradition undisturbed. The new owners were a perfectly law-abiding and God-fearing family, but they had no more knowledge of the peddler than if he had never existed in the first place. Although the peddler's skeleton moldered beneath the floor, his troubled spirit was still too upset to leave. The new people ate all their meals in the big kitchen only a few feet away from the peddler's grave. But they were totally unaware of him. They didn't even know his name. While he didn't relish spending eternity in the shed, the peddler's ghost was determined that someone should realize he was buried there before he moved on. It became an obsession. So he began by opening the kitchen door that led to the shed. Next morning, while the peddler watched, the farmer's wife came in to make breakfast. She slammed that door without even looking at it. That night, the ghost opened the door again. At dawn, the eldest son walked right through without noticing, tramped over the grave, and out the back door of the shed to the woodpile. On the third morning, the farmer came through from the outside with a bucket in each hand and kicked the door shut behind him. After a week of this, the peddler's ghost began opening the door by day as well as by night. All that happened this time is that the children were blamed for letting in drafts, and the children accused each other of being the culprit. This caused a bit more stir, but the peddler still wasn't getting anywhere. When the door slowly swung open in full sight at breakfast, the farmer told his eldest son to fix the latch. The boy tinkered for the better part of the morning. When he finished, he showed off his handiwork to his father. But it didn't last very long. The farmer said he'd fix it himself. Took the whole next day to do it, but before the family went to bed that night, the farmer had installed a small but sturdy lock on the door. He hung the key on a nail driven into the frame. The peddler was not pleased, but neither was he deterred at what the farmer had done. At dawn, the door stood open as usual. The farmer began sleeping with the key on a cord about his neck. Still, the door kept opening. The farmer rehung the door, sanded the sill, checked the pintles, and added a strong bolt under the lock. Now the ghost was tired of being polite. The farmer took to his bed for 3 days. When he recovered, the farmer put the door back on its hinges and then pretended it didn't exist. He ordered the family to go in and out of the house by the front door every time they needed kindling. This did not suit the ghost at all. For a time, he remained silent by way of apology. But after a week had passed, he began slamming the door at intervals. The farmer and his family ignored it. Finally, the peddler could bear it no more. As soon as it was daylight, the farmer and his eldest son attacked the pile of debris with the intention of hauling it away and burning the lot. They displaced a good deal of the dirt floor in the process. They also displaced a leg bolt. The whole family gathered and gaped as the farmer uncovered the rest of the bones and the shredded remains of the peddler's pack. Everyone was thinking the same thing, but no one dared say it. The eldest son picked up a corroded piece of metal and blew the dust off it. It was a watch case, broken, but inscribed with a name. The farmer peered at the engraving and read the name aloud. Samuel Pym. Behind them, the peddler sighed. Yes, Samuel Pym was his name. The farmer called in the constable and the minister, and between them all, it was decided that the bones belonged to someone cruelly murdered and deserving of a decent burial. The next Sunday, the bones were reinterred in the local burying ground beneath a simple stone reading, Samuel Pym. After that, kitchen door behaved itself.
Your attention, please. During every suspenseful moment of the running of the motion picture Macabre, the life of everyone in this theater will be insured by Lloyd's of London for $1,000 against death by fright. However, even Lloyd's of London will not grant coverage for any person with a known heart condition or for suicide by any member of the audience.
No, what has he done, Polly? Tell me. Go on.
She's not dead. Not yet. That she's in a good, big coffin for her.
Don't worry about being scared to death. Your heirs will collect after you've gone.
Where is she? Where is she? I can hear her breathing. Where is she now?
Bring someone with you to see this motion picture. You'll want some live hands to hold during the performance. And you won't want to go home alone after it's finished, if you're able to go home. And we won't worry about your telling anybody the ending of this picture, because you may not be around to tell. These are the living members of its cast. If you meet any of them in a dark alley, we advise you to scream for help, if it's not too late to scream.
Good evening, goblins and ghouls, and welcome to the Friday Night Scream Stream. I'm your host, Spakenstein, joined as always by my very good friend, Mr. Evan Sink.
Good evening.
How we doing tonight, Evan?
We are good. It's good. It's finally here.
It's finally here. Like, you could say that and it would apply to 10 different things tonight with this episode.
It's just a lot of stuff going on right now.
There's a lot going on, a lot we're really excited about tonight. So welcome, everybody. This is, again, it's finally here, the final Friday in October. So obviously we're doing it upright with a double feature this evening, doing something a little different. And also, you may have seen tonight we're watching one of the most notorious public domain horror films of all time, with one of the greatest horror stars of all time. There's been a lot of anticipation for this episode because of the movie,
Absolutely.
because of the time of year, and also because this is our season 7 finale.
Yeah, just in case anybody didn't catch, I wasn't confused about tonight's episode. It's the finale.
It's the finale. Yeah.
Finally the finale.
Nice wordplay there. Yes. Finale. Season 7's finale.
Finally, our Halloween episode.
Yeah, and this is our because this is the final Friday in October. This is our big Halloween bash. This is our Halloween party. So, I mean,
welcome to the party.
Welcome to the party. Again, every episode of the stream is like a Halloween party, but tonight's episode in particular, because again, final Friday of October, season finale. That's why we're doing a double feature. We did this last year. I guess it was the 26th, 27th, something like that of October. We did a double feature of the She-Beast and the Gorilla. Because obviously
very fun night. 2 very different movies.
Both like funny. Like the She-Beast was actually, believe it or not, it was more of a comedy than I was expecting.
True.
But the Gorilla, it's not everybody's piece of cake, but it's certainly mine. I love that movie. Again,
it's funny to some people.
It's funny to some people, but there was a lot of great things with that episode last year. Taking one of my favorite movies, also a movie I hadn't seen before. Also, of course, finale. We got to have a Lugosi movie in there. So we've got a lot of the same stuff going on tonight. It's just I've kind of flipped it a little bit. I've got a Lugosi movie I haven't really seen all the way through, or seen like in one sitting, and then I have a like movie that is near and dear to my heart that I've seen probably over 100 times.
Yeah, and kind of. I mean, I haven't seen any of our second film, but I've actually seen the first one, which is rare for this show.
I always do love it when we're both in on it, and we can.
And I'm excited because this is a good one.
This is a good one. Again, this is a classic. Again, Evan,
like ring the bell, everybody gather around. We've got a good movie.
This
tonight.
is one that you want to see if you haven't, and especially if you're new to the show. Want to shout out all our new followers. All of our new subscribers and just people who've been checking us out over the past week. We really appreciate it. So
glad to have you along. Welcome aboard.
Welcome aboard. Well, happy to have you here. Of course, this is like any classic horror movie host and show, except we're a little different. We're interactive. We have the interactive element of the chat, which is that's something that Joe Bob doesn't have, and Elvira's not going on right now, but any of the horror hosts that you've been around for a while, Svengoolie, doesn't have live chat. We have the privilege of getting to interact with you guys live. So, don't be afraid to hop in the chat. You got a joke, you got an observation, you got a question. I mean, this is the beauty of a live stream.
Yeah, our couch space is infinite.
It really is. It really is.
So chime in.
Please do. We're excited to have everybody, and this is just a really great movie that we're starting off with tonight. Again, if you know anything about traditional like double bills they used to do in the theater back in the day, you always lead with your strongest film, you always
right.
And then and then your supporting feature doesn't have to be as good or as long, but
what does that say about Barbieheimer?
Yeah, well, it depends on what order you decided to watch it in.
Okay.
Right? I would think that
you're more of an Oppen Harvey person.
Yeah, that's probably. Well, no, Barbenheimer is probably the way to do it, honestly. I mean, obviously, you don't want to watch the longer movie second, but which one are you going to have more fun with? Probably put that one up first.
If you get tired, which one do you care less about falling asleep during?
Exactly. I think that's the logic that they usually use to choose these double bills. So I try.
We'll put the strong movie first, so you guys you pay attention to the movie, and then second movie, you're just making out with the person in the car with you.
Exactly. And especially for drive-ins, that's what they expected. Nobody's paying attention, especially by the second movie. So
Yeah.
just you can be whatever.
Speaking of, so I was at the grocery store today, and as I was going through the parking lot back to my car, I walk up and there's these two people just like furiously making out in this car.
Just
going ham,
parked
going
like
at
front
it.
spot, like right there where you can see them.
They were further. I always park kind of in the back of the parking lot.
Me too.
There's just more spots. I don't mind the walk.
Same.
And so I was walking across the parking lot, and I mean they were, they had their spot, and I was giving them space as I walked by and
trying to be respectful.
Like, I don't see anything, but
Right.
I know what you're doing.
Yeah,
I see kids in there.
It's just in the air this time of year.
It is. Yeah,
What
there's
can you do?
something
It's just
romantic.
something romantic about the fall. Everything dying around you. There's just something about it.
necromantic.
Yeah, it really is. That's I think the perfect word for it. So we're hopefully gonna kindle a love affair between our audience this evening and our first film, House on Haunted Hill. If you haven't seen it, because it's a movie I love. It's a movie, again, Evan's seen. It's one that most people have seen. If you're, public domain horror movies can be pretty ubiquitous. This is probably the most ubiquitous one when you're talking about. It's always going to be like in the top 5 of people's lists, or any like an article on some kind of movie website.
It's like when we played Nosferatu. This is just one people know.
Exactly. Yeah, it is. And of course, that is because of the star power of Vincent Price, who
Vinny in the
kills
house.
it. We love Vincent Price. And as always, we've been talking about it earlier tonight. We've developed a lot of traditions on this show.
We have.
Especially for our finales and this
kind of a
October
ritual.
finale as well. Rituals, right? And also one for Vincent Price movies, which Evan kind of brings to us every time we watch a Vincent Price movie, when he brings us a little segment which we call
What were you drinking?
I just hit the wrong button. There it is. What?
There it is.
What are we drinking tonight, Evan?
So the tradition that we've developed on the show here is anytime we have a Vincent Price movie, we're going to have Vincent Price's poison of choice. He was a wine man. As we've talked about, I think it's been a little while since we've had a Vincent Price movie.
I think the last one that we had was Last Man on Earth.
I think so.
That actually was the movie that we came back with after we did this episode last year, after we did our Halloween episode. We started the next season.
So a year ago.
So it's been about a year since we watched a Vincent Price movie.
Yeah, so a year ago, we learned that Vincent Price loved his wine. He was an elegant man. He did a record in the 70s just describing like wine pairings and like how to drink wine and host parties and stuff. Just talking about just what he's into.
Right. I mean, he was a connoisseur. He was a I don't know if bon vivant is the right word.
I think that's a pretty good. Good.
He was very elegant gentleman. So definitely a man of fine tastes, probably enjoyed many a fine wine.
Yeah, and if anyone wants to check out that record, because it's a
You listened to a good
I
bit
did,
of it, right?
I did, because he's got one of those voices. I could listen to him talk about anything. So why not talk about
really
wine
does.
for half an hour? But it's called Wine is Excellence. If anyone, Wine is Elegance?
Wine is Elegance.
Elegance, I think. Excuse me.
You better get it right.
Yeah, get it right. But what we've got tonight is, I figured since we've got a double feature, our 2 movies, we're going to break out the 2 Pinots. So we've got our Pinot Grigio, and later on we're going to have a Pinot Noir.
Okay, which I think is very appropriate considering who's in the second movie.
Mm-hmm.
You want to, although I was I'm gonna save that for the second movie. I've got a joke lined up. I'm gonna hold off because again, it's so
stay
easy
tuned for that.
to forget. And if you're new to the show, again, we usually just do one movie. Tonight we're doing a double feature. It's because of Halloween. It's because of our season finale. We're doing it up big. But normally we do the one movie, but tonight's a little special. So I gotta like remember to pace myself. Like, obviously with the wine, of course, but the movies as well. And so it's I think wine is the perfect pairing for this movie again.
Yeah, we've had a lot of wine this season. I was looking
Didn't
back.
we have wine last week?
We did. Yeah, last week we had our ritual witch wine.
Yeah, our Hexenwein.
Hexenwein.
Right? And it was pretty good.
It was pretty good.
You want to hear something kind of bad? It was like I didn't finish all of mine, and I came in here the next day, and you had put that bag of herbs and spices in there.
So it had been infusing overnight.
And
just like we
when I
talked
just
about.
walked over here, the whiff I got of it, like it was just like, oh man, he should have let this soak for a day. This would have been wild. And I was really tempted to drink it, but I didn't. I held back because I mean it was aged, right?
Yeah,
it didn't matter if it had been sitting in a glass all night. It still would have been still good alcohol, but had to get rid of it. But got a nice white to start off with.
Yeah, for
our first feature,
our house on haunted wine.
House on haunted. Yeah, that works. We'll take it.
Yeah.
Well, cheers, everybody. That's nice. That's
really not bad. Yeah.
I'm not a wine
Very
guy.
light,
I don't drink a lot of wine. I don't know
Not
a lot
really,
about
no.
wine, but I know that usually whatever kind of wine I'm buying, white wine, it's usually a lot like more. I don't know. It's just too much. It's too overpowering sometimes.
Yeah, I
This
think
has got
it's
like a nice.
It's
like,
not too dry.
I think maybe that's what
what
I'm
it is.
noticing. It's definitely it's kind of nice and
Because
mild.
I'm sure Vincent Price could appreciate a nice dry wine, but
I'm sure you
for
can.
the uninitiated, it's a little rough.
Yeah. Well, and I don't know. Again, Vincent Price. We'll be talking a lot about him tonight. But one of his many, many, many Edgar Allan Poe, Roger Corman movies, they adapted The Black Cat, and it's obviously doesn't stick close to the story. None of those adaptations ever did. But there's a whole like sequence where Price is a sommelier and Peter Lorre is just this like drunkard like who hangs out at the bar who challenges him to a wine tasting, and it's like a 5-minute sequence in what is like a 20-minute short in a movie made of it's like a anthology film, and it takes up a quarter of it, them doing this wine taste, and Price is just getting so like over the top with his like facial expressions as he's swishing the wine around. So if you want
doing it the right way,
right? So if you really want the visual image of Vincent Price drinking wine, go check out that sequence from Tales of Terror. That's the name of that Vincent Price, Roger Corman, Edgar Allan Poe movie.
Man, that is great.
Yeah. So, but no, this is a nice wine. I think it'll be a good pairing with the film this evening. It's something elegant. This is an elegant movie. Not a classy affair.
We've got a mansion. Got some fancy people.
Yeah, just a millionaire is our host. I mean, come on. May not sound like a lot these days, but back then, millionaire was a lot. It meant a lot. And so again, if you haven't seen this movie, don't know anything about this movie, you're in for a real treat. This is again House on Haunted Hill, 1959. If you didn't know that there was, it was remade in 1999. But this is the original. Where this, the great thing about this movie is the fact that it is been produced and directed by a real showman. The producer and director of tonight's film is William Castle. And it's important to talk about him when we're talking about this movie, because this is the only William Castle public domain movie we're going to get. When I say showman, he was like basically the king of gimmicks, you know? And we'll be talking about his gimmicks tonight and the gimmick that he had for this film. Because this was like, right. He had, so if you saw our pre-roll, the trailer that we came into was from a movie called Macabre, which was William Castle's first independent horror film. He mortgaged his house to do it. It was it's
a big swing.
It was a big swing. It was like $100,000, maybe something like that budget. It ended up grossing millions of dollars. So he was already
paid off.
Yeah, he was, and that movie, of course, had the gimmick where he insured the entire audience against death by fright through the Lloyd's of London. And of course, this is a big promotional gimmick, but it worked. And it was a huge like grossing movie. And it was inspired by Diabolique, which was a French film, which was hugely influential and popular. And it's a thriller. And it came out in 55. Macabre came out in 58. And tonight's film comes out the year after in 59. William Castle was basically one after another cranking out these low budget horror thrillers. And it ended up having a huge impact. And we'll talk about just how big of an impact later on. But needless to say, I mean, William Castle, like from the first few seconds of this movie, you'll see what I'm talking about, that he's just immediately pulling out all the showman stops, like trying to unnerve you or scare you or spook you. This is a movie that I probably first saw when I was like 7 or 8 and have watched over 100 times since then.
Have you counted?
I haven't counted. I just know I've seen
it just has to be.
Even as a kid, it's one of the first times that I really remember in an old movie, like a decent jump scare.
Okay.
I mean, if you've seen it before, you know what I'm talking about. Or if you haven't seen it in a while, maybe you've forgotten, then you're in for a treat because it's so good. But that's the thing. This movie does have some legitimate scares, and it's just, if anything else, it's a lot of fun because Vincent Price is a force to be reckoned with. I mean, he's not chewing up the scenery as much as he is like, he's like sauteing it, and then like he's
sauteing the scenery.
He's doing something really, like the way that he is kind of leaning into this role. I mean, this is kind of what marks Vincent Price's transition from a romantic lead supporting dramatic actor into full-on horror movie actor. So like, and this was the year that in 1959 he had a whole bunch of horror movies come out, so it was kind of this was where he really started to make the like transition. And this movie is one that is forever, like, you think about this one when you think about Vincent Price movies. I mean, this is like cream of the crop, and so I'm just super, super excited to be showing House on Haunted Hill.
Would you draw a direct line between this movie and Michael Jackson's Thriller? If he wasn't in this one, would that song have been made?
I think if he wasn't in this,
who would they have got instead of Vincent Price if they weren't?
God, at that point, I don't know. Maybe you get Christopher Lee, but I don't think he would be as. He would be a little drier, I think, not as like, kind of campy as Vincent Price. As good, Vincent Price is so good at that though. Like, and I don't think that he would have done Thriller, because had he not done this movie, he probably wouldn't have become a horror movie star. He probably would have said, I don't want to do these kind of movies. Like, if there was a time for him to put his foot down, it would have been with this. And we'll talk about why when we're just going to have one break during the middle of the movie. So during that break, we'll kind of talk about like why this kind of sealed his fate, and the fact that he kind of had a decision to make here, and he Yeah. He dug his grave, and so he had to lie in it. And but
So
I
to
mean, again,
speak.
Thriller. I mean, you just that's if anything has cemented his immortality, because if you don't watch a Vincent Price movie every Halloween, you're at least gonna hear the song once, if not multiple times. I was listening to it today.
It's
Just,
it's just everywhere.
It's great.
It's just a canonized Halloween song.
It really, I mean, you can't not listen to that song during this time of the year, or listen to the song during the time of the year and not feel like the spirit of Halloween, and especially when you get a Price's bit, because the delivery and apparently, well, we got a movie to do here. I don't get too much into it, but he had a hard time delivering like the Thriller. They called it a rap. It's funny to call it a Thriller rap when you're talking about Vincent Price delivering the rap, but apparently it was. But he had a hard time.
He's a rapper.
He is a rapper. He really is one of the, I mean, technically all-time selling.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, like it's kind of funny when you think about it. Vincent Price is one of the most successful rappers of all time.
Yeah, who would have thought? But he had a hard time recording the track, like timing his like vocals and how to deliver it against the beat. He had a really hard time with that. It took him a while, apparently. So that's
this man marches to his own beat.
Well, yeah, I mean, you got to think about it. I mean, he really did, and when you're not the one guiding the thing, when you're having to be guided by, in that case, a musical track. I mean, for someone like him, playing second fiddle to to a piece of music was not normal. So, but he obviously, again, found immortality with that. So we're celebrating him tonight, and just this amazing movie that is House on Haunted Hill. It is just I can't say enough good things about it. I fucking love it. So anything before we get into it tonight, Evan?
You want to know what my favorite William Castle gimmick is?
What?
It's when he never moves at a diagonal when he's making his movies.
Very good. Well, he did make limited moves. He was, unfortunately limited, but he did what he could. On that note, we're going to go ahead and get into the exciting beginning of our first film in our season 7 finale this evening. And just before we get started, real quick, I do want to say, if for some reason this is detected, like if House on Haunted Hill is detected as copyrighted content, and they are like, send me a message that we need to take it off YouTube, I'm going to have to stop it, take it off YouTube, because I just can't afford another strike right now. I think I'd win it, but I'm just so tired of like dealing with this right now. We need to kind of keep the momentum going. So what we'll do is we will end the stream and just come back on Twitch until House on Haunted Hill is over, and then we'll come back to YouTube with our second feature, because I don't think that will trigger. Usually the Bela Lugosi movies don't trigger any kind of live stream thing, thank God, but I'm sure that somebody has tried to claim House on Haunted Hill, and so it'll trigger the YouTube copyright thing. Fingers crossed, though, that it, again, as ubiquitously known that this movie is public domain, I'd like to think that people just leave it alone and we're good.
I'd like to think, but
I'd like to think. But again, and so if you want to keep watching it and we have to move, we'll be over on Twitch. So if you're watching us on YouTube, but for now, everything's good, but just be prepared if it comes up, and we'll give you another. We'll let you, I'll keep you in the loop, but on that note, we're going to go ahead and get into the exciting beginning of House on Haunted Hill right now. Immediately with the gimmicks, man.
0 to 60 instantly.
The ghosts are moving tonight, restless, hungry. May I introduce myself? I'm Watson Pritchard. In just a minute, I'll show you the only really haunted house in the world. Since it was built a century ago, 7 people, including my brother, have been murdered in it. Since then, I've owned the house. I've only spent one night there, and when they found me in the morning, I was almost dead.
I have a real hard time not quoting this movie like the whole time. I know every line.
I'm Frederick Lauren, and I've rented the house on Haunted Hill tonight so that my wife can give a party. A haunted house party. She's so amusing. There'll be food and drink and ghosts, and perhaps even a few murders.
They ripped us
You're
right
all
off that
invited.
record.
If any of you will spend the next 12 hours in this house, I'll give you each $10,000. Or your next of kin in case you don't survive. Ah, but here come our other guests.
Ah.
It was my wife's idea to have our guests come in funeral cars.
So
She's so amusing.
Amusing.
Her sense of humor is, shall we say, original. I dreamed up the hearse. It's empty now, but after a night in the house on Haunted Hill, who knows? This is Lance Schroeder, a test pilot, so no doubt a brave man. But don't you think you can be much braver if you're paid for it? And I happen to know that Lance needs the $10,000 I'll give him, if he's brave enough to stay all night. This is Ruth Bridges. You've no doubt read
Yeah,
her
I love
column in
like all the
newspapers.
intros.
She says her reason for coming to the party is to write a feature article on ghosts. She's also desperate for money. Gambles. You've already met Watson Pritchard, a man living in mortal fear of a house, and yet he is risking his life to spend another night here. I wonder why. He says for money. This is Dr. David Trent, a psychiatrist. He claims that my ghost will help his work on hysteria.
Get ready to hear that
But
word
don't you
a
see a
lot
little
tonight.
touch of greed there around the mouth and eyes? This is Nora Manning. I picked her from the thousands of people who work for me because she needed the $10,000 more
Poor
than
Nora.
most.
She's in
Supports
for a
her
hell
whole
of a night,
family.
let me just tell you.
Isn't she pretty? The party's starting now, and you have until midnight to find the house on Haunted Hill.
This is the wildest looking house.
So, guess who designed that house?
Vincent Price.
Yep, Vincent Price. Also, on top of being a world-famous actor, he's also a world-famous architect. No, it actually was a world-famous architect, Frank Lloyd Wright.
Oh, okay.
That's
that one.
It's I believe it's called the Ennis Home, and it is it's in California, Los Feliz, California. It was built in 1924. It's the exteriors. The interiors are interiors are sound stages, but the exteriors are this the Ennis Home, which was designed by Frank Lloyd Wright. So yeah, pretty interesting.
This house looks like it predicted the world was going to end in 2012.
It is kind of a creepy little, like just and with the bars
Also,
on the window.
What's up in the chat, Donna and Hugo?
Donna
Happy
and
to have you
Hugo,
here.
welcome. Thanks for joining us. We got a great movie lined up.
We're
this
just
evening.
settling into this house on Haunted Hill.
Yeah, man. Nice and cozy house, if you ask me. I'm always cozy in this house. Yeah, and I mean, again, the music here is really good, and you may recognize some of it tonight from a movie we watched last season, Tormented, which reuse some of the music that we'll hear in tonight's film. kind of the one. And I should have said this earlier. Well, no, I'll save it for the break. Forgot to show my. Well, you know what? I'm gonna go into it. So, I was saying earlier, I saw this when I was 7. This is the first copy I had.
You still got the
do.
VHS.
And I'll make sure I show it when my camera's bigger during the break, because I always love the cover too.
Well, where is everybody?
It isn't a very warm welcome, is it?
Only the ghosts in this house are glad we're here.
He's pretty one note. Get ready for
all
that.
strangers to each
It's
other.
just a downer.
Don't you two know each other?
I'm afraid I don't even know your name.
I'm Nora Manning.
Lance Schroeder.
Is Frederick Lauren a friend of yours?
I've heard of him, but I've never met him.
I work for one of his companies, but I've never seen him.
I've never met the man either. Just a phone call. Do you know him?
No,
Well, then you're the only one of us who does.
I don't know him. All the details about renting the house were done by mail.
He's quite wealthy, isn't he?
Millions.
And 5 wives.
Millions on them.
4, I think, so far.
A $50,000 party for only 5 people is a little steep, even for a millionaire.
I have the inflation numbers on what it would be today.
Yeah,
so-
what's the prize
Be the house
today?
I'd do it in.
One night in the haunted house for.
Who closed the door?
I'll reveal that at the break.
So somebody called all these people on the telephone and said,
This thing's made
"Get
of
in this
solid
hearse
steel."
for $10,000," and they all agreed to do it.
Leering over the balcony.
That smirk.
So deliciously evil.
Diabolique.
Annabelle. Our guests are here, unfortunately still alive. Is your face on yet?
Dust and dirt everywhere, and the water barely trickles. Couldn't you have had the place cleaned?
Atmosphere, darling. You know how ghosts are. They never tidy up. That's a very fetching outfit, but hardly suitable for a party.
I'm not going to the party.
The spend-the-night ghost party was your idea, remember? Since it's going to cost me $50,000, I want you to have fun.
The party was my idea until you invited all the guests. Why all these strangers? Why none of our friends?
Friends? Do we have any friends?
No, your jealousy took care of that.
I had a reason for inviting each guest. I wanted kind of a cross-section. From psychiatrist to typist, and from drunk to jet pilot. They share one thing. They all need money. Now let's see if they're brave enough to earn it.
Oh, but also I want you to have fun too.
Could be.
This is fun for you, right?
Why do you always do that? It spoils the champagne.
It might explode.
Never does.
This is an all-time line right
You
here.
guarantee that?
That isn't funny, Frederick.
Make a good headline. Playboy kills wife with champagne cork. Will you join me?
Because how bad Joe and I used to run around saying that as little kids, like all the time. We
My
thought it
humor
was
is
so
fine, thank
funny.
And I haven't poisoned it.
It's always good
Like
to know
shake
that.
up a drink or had a drink that you could squirt.
Have some. You'll enjoy the party more. Go on.
Your trust is so touching. And I'm not going to the party.
Of all my wives, you're the least agreeable.
But still alive.
Would you go away for $1 million, tax-free? You want it all, don't you?
I deserve it all. Your jealousy isn't tax-free, and your possessiveness is maddening.
If ever a man had grounds for divorce,
But can't prove them.
the time will come. You'll slip up one of these days,
Think so?
if I live long enough. You remember the fun we had when you poisoned me?
Something you ain't the doctor said.
Yes.
What a
Arsenic
couple.
on the rocks. Annabelle, you'd do it again if you thought you could get away with it, wouldn't you?
Darling, what makes you think that?
Something about you. I hear that hanging is very uncomfortable, in case you get any more ideas. Now, don't let the ghosts and the ghouls disturb you, darling.
Darling,
Ghouls.
the only ghoul in the house is you.
Don't sit up all night thinking of ways to get rid of me. It makes wrinkles.
Oh, so deliciously bitchy.
This is what she used on my brother and her sister. Hacked them to pieces. We found parts of the bodies all over the house.
Jeez.
In places you wouldn't think.
A murder weapon just sitting here,
Honey,
hidden
the
here in the
heads
couch?
never been found.
Must be some pretty bad
Hands
police
and
work.
feet and things like that. But no heads.
The wife, probably in a rage, threatened her husband with a knife and then, carried away by hysteria, took a swing at him and simply went on from there.
She certainly went on. How many people did she kill, Mr. Pritchard?
Only two. Her husband and her sister. No one else was here.
So there are two loose heads just floating around in here somewhere?
You can hear them at night. They whisper to each other and then cry.
Since our host isn't here, would anyone care to mix me a drink?
Certainly. What will you have?
Good evening.
The plan is to show the
I'm your
whole movie,
host,
yes.
Frederick Lauren.
As long as
We're all
YouTube doesn't have
strangers
a
to
problem.
each other. Let's get acquainted with a drink, shall we?
Mr. Lauren, I advise you to call this party off now. The ghosts are already moving, and that's a bad sign.
Let me apologize for my wife. She'll join us later. What do you have,
Scotch and.
Doctor?
I'll have the same.
Now, before the party begins, let's go over the details. The caretakers will leave at midnight, locking us in here until they come back in the morning. Once the door is locked, there's no way out. The windows have bars that a jail would be proud of, and the only door to the outside locks like a vault. There's no electricity, no phone, no one within miles, so no way to call for help.
Like a coffin.
So if any of you
This
decide
guy.
not to stay for the party, you must
I
let
know,
me know
that's what I'm saying.
before
Get ready
midnight.
for it the whole movie.
Of
That's
course, if you
Pritchard.
leave, I shan't be able to pay you anything.
I'm interested in your reasons for this
I shan't.
party. Aside from pleasant company.
Ghosts, Doctor. I think everyone wonders what they would do if they saw a ghost. And now my wife has given us all the opportunity to find out.
Amusing. Ghosts, etc., being only creations of hysteria, your party should be a success.
Well, Pritchard here promises us genuine ghosts.
7 now. Maybe more before morning.
might knock a few of you off before then. I don't know. We'll see.
4 men have been murdered in this house. And 3 women.
You planned your party very well, Mr. Lauren. 4 of us are men, 3 are women. A ghost for everybody.
Well, Pritchard, why don't you take us on a tour through the house and let's see what happens, huh?
God, I need to know what the drink is that they're drinking. I can't. Scotch and I don't
See
know.
that stain?
They say it a billion times. You'll hear
Blood.
it. I got to figure out what this is.
A young girl was killed here. And whatever got her wasn't human. Don't stand there.
What do you mean? Where?
It's a really deep stain.
It's too late. They've marked you.
Ridiculous. The roof probably leaks.
Oh, that must be what it is. Who would want to haunt me?
I would say any self-respecting male ghost.
I hope he doesn't come back.
Zing.
Well, Mr. Pritchard, you're the life of the party.
He hasn't even started yet. Wasn't there a man who threw his wife into a wine vat or something?
That was in the cellar. There's been a murder almost every place in this house. All this belonged to a Mr. Norton, who didn't die here. He was electrocuted later.
Very roomy basement.
I know.
Mr. Norton did a good deal of experimenting with wines, but his wife didn't think it was any good. So he filled the vat with acid and threw her in. She was supposed to stay down, but the bones came up. It's a funny thing, but none of the murders here were just ordinary. Just shooting or stabbing. They've all been sort of wild, violent, and...
They're all really extra.
God, she didn't fall in.
You mean there's still acid in there?
Wouldn't stand so close to it. He probably just splashed acid all over his
Destroys everything with hair
That's
and
just a little
flesh.
sting. It's all right. It's not gonna kill you.
Just leaves the bones.
Look at Vincent Price's face when they come back, too.
My, it's dry and dusty down here.
Well, there's a cure for that upstairs. Come on.
Come on, we gotta get hammered if we're gonna stay in this haunted house all night. I know I would. They're speaking my language. But all these old
That's
movies.
in the rules. That's
So can I make you a drink?
How'd you get invited to this party? No.
Hey now.
He's just paying for people to drink with him.
I mean, what did he tell you?
Lance.
Mr. Lawrence said
Creeping.
everybody would get $10,000.
But he didn't say anything about being locked in.
No.
He just made a deal with me on the phone, but nothing about having to stay.
Aren't you going to stay?
If I don't, I lose $10,000.
I'm going to stay too. $10,000.
Yeah. You believe in
They're all
ghosts?
really trusting. I think I would want to see the
I don't
money.
know.
Yeah, it's a little.
Well, I agree with what that doc
Are we-
says. You can
Are we
spook
getting this
yourself.
$10,000
I've done
in
it
cash or
plain.
check?
See things that weren't really there. Or were they? What are you going to do with your $10,000? If we get it.
What do you mean if we get it? Won't he pay us if we stay?
Well, you haven't thought about that until now?
10,000 is no more to him than a nickel is to us.
We were in an automobile accident. Now I'm the only one in the family who can make any money.
Boy, I've never seen so many doors. Closet. Bottles.
Wine closet.
Does it go anywhere? Lance!
Although they're all just sitting there, like, not doing anything.
Well, got a lot of time to kill.
Did she say Lance is gone? Gone where?
No TV, no nothing, man. There you do. No phones.
This is what you do. You just sit around.
We're all getting wasted.
That's why you have to have such a nice room if you're rich. It's like, what's he gonna do? You just sit around looking at the wall.
You all right? Nothing that money won't cure. I must have bumped my head.
And the only way you could bump your head in here is to run head on into the wall. You didn't do that, did you? Let's get a bandage on that.
I wonder why they didn't kill him.
Who?
He didn't bump his head. They hit him.
They?
This poor man.
Just haunted, dude.
Yeah, that was exactly the word I was gonna use. This man is haunted. He has seen some things.
There may not be ghosts, but he's definitely seeing ghosts for sure.
Nora, when you came in, you said something about a ghost.
There was something.
What did it look like?
Well, it was wearing a black thing that went all the way to the floor.
Weren't you a little frightened at the time?
Well, yes.
That, Mr. Loren, is hysteria.
Well, then, Doctor, how do you explain what happened to Lance? Was that hysteria, too?
You better get that checked in a day or so.
Thanks, Doc. Wait for me in the hall.
The ghosts are coming closer, Mr. Loren.
You really believe in your pet ghost, don't you, Pritchard?
Before the night's over, you will, too.
Would you like a drink, Lance?
No, thanks.
I'd like one. Scotch and.
Scotch and? What is it? Scotch and?
Scotch and what?
Scotch and what?
Mr. Loren, are you really going to pay anyone who stays all night?
Certainly. $10,000.
Will there be much red tape or delay?
In a hurry, dear?
Frankly, yes. Or frantically.
There you are, my dear.
Just chain smoking and chain drinking, dude, until fucking 7 in the morning. I love it.
Do they have to stay awake? Is that the rule? Cause
I don't know. No, I don't think so. They can go to sleep if they want.
Someone or something was in here when I came in. But where? And if the door was locked, how did it get out? What you saw might have been a ghost, Nora, but what was in here with me was no ghost.
I don't know. I was so scared.
Scotch. Yes.
Scotch and.
Yes.
Scotch and.
Scotch and a smoking a reefer. Yeah, that's definitely what her cigarette
Different to
was.
you?
Come on.
Yes.
Three, 6, 9, 12. 12 feet. Three, 6. Now, I'm going to knock on the other wall. When you hear me, you knock on this wall. Tap lower down.
Amazing.
I love it, dude. That legitimately scared the shit out of me as a 7-year-old.
I'm sure. I'm sure.
You know, it scared my brother, my twin brother, more than anything.
I'm in here.
I knew I could like show that to him and it would scare the hell out of him. Kind of crack me up a little bit.
What if it ran out of here? I'd have seen it.
Lance, it doesn't run. It just floats.
Yeah, but why didn't I see it?
You don't believe me.
How can I?
Wow, you would think the guy who got bashed in the head by the ghost
Yeah,
was
he's
like
really flippant about this. It's like, in 1 second, he's like, I think we're really on to something here. There's a secret wall. And then, like, 2 seconds later,
you're
he's
crazy.
Like, you're just imagining
I'm
things.
Annabelle Lauren.
Yeah, Hugo, that's one of my favorites for
You
sure.
must be Miss Manning. I realize this is a very unusual and I'm afraid very dull party. Wouldn't you like to freshen up?
I love how she goes from being like completely
This is your
frightened
room.
to like, oh, let me follow around this strange
Depressing,
woman.
isn't it?
I doubt if I'll spend much time here.
It's going to rain. Perfect atmosphere for my husband's party.
He said it was your party.
Why did you come here?
He said he'd give me $10,000.
Why did he pick you?
I don't know. My supervisor just came and said I'd been invited.
How long have you known my husband?
I just met him tonight.
So? Why you? What were you doing wandering around by yourself?
Well, I was in the cellar with Lance, Mr. Schroeder, and I just left, that's all.
Can't be too formal or familiar.
Don't do it again. Don't go anywhere in this house by yourself. Now fix your face and I'll come by for you in a few minutes.
But
You're in danger. We all are.
But who?
I hope for your sake you never find out.
Wait, what's wrong with my face?
Wait, what?
She said, fix your face.
Oh.
I'm Annabelle Lauren. Were you looking for something?
Not exactly.
Are you the doctor?
No, I'm Lance Schroeder.
The pilot. You've hurt yourself.
Oh, it's just a bump on the head. Which is my room?
I believe this is it.
Thank you, Mrs. Lauren.
Annabelle Lance. You were with the young girl in the cellar. Why was she so upset?
Was she?
And you don't look like the type to go around bumping his head. What really happened, Lance?
Well, Nora thought she saw a ghost, but I didn't see anything.
She was just frightened then.
And mad at me, I think. I kidded her about it.
I wouldn't joke about anything else that happens here tonight.
Now, don't tell me you're taking all this seriously.
Aren't you?
Well, I'd like to find out what hit me.
Lance,
Jeez.
if I need help, may I count on you?
She really grabbed his hand suggestively.
Sure, I guess so. Look, what's going on here anyway? I mean, what is with this party bit?
This is no party. He's planning something.
Your husband?
I wish I knew what it was.
Must be pretty big if he's going to lay out $50,000.
The money doesn't mean anything. He has a reason for getting us all up here to this dreadful old house.
Well, what for? He doesn't even know us.
Maybe that's exactly why you're here.
What can he get away with?
Oh, he thinks that big money
He's
like
being
his
so
can get
cool
away with
about
anything.
this. Like,
You know, of course, that
I'm
I'm his
not
fourth
in
wife.
danger.
The first simply disappeared.
I'm about to make myself a cool
Yeah, but you died.
$10,000. What do I have to be worried
Lance,
about? Easiest
don't
money
want
I
to
ever
join you.
made.
You mean he,
Oh, his doctor said they died of heart attacks. 2 girls in their 20s.
Well, what can he do?
Damn.
My husband is sometimes insane with jealousy. Nothing matters to him then. Please be careful.
Would he hurt you?
You know, the doctor that bandaged him up was a
He would kill me if he
psychiatrist. I'm starting to think that he didn't have a bandage. All he had was a nicotine patch. He just put it on the guy's forehead.
Well, it's a good thing he's a head doctor.
Well, yeah, that's right. He was perfectly qualified. Gotta act casual.
Annabelle, you're missing all the
199,
fun.
200.
Nora Manning was almost killed by a falling chandelier. The pilot bashed his head in.
Is he badly hurt?
The Saturnine psychiatrist bandaged him up. Don't you want to go
What
and
does that mean,
console him?
Saturnine?
Most men, in your fashion.
You're so clever, Frederick.
As I lie awake nights wondering why I married
Feels like
you.
a word
Was
we should have
rather a
learned in 7th grade.
Yeah.
You didn't marry me, dear. I married you. Unpleasant, but no mistake.
Hurry up.
Frederick, for the last time, I'm not going to your party.
And for the last time, it's not my party, but yours. And you are going.
I am not.
You ready, dear?
No.
Are you ready, dear?
Yes, damn you.
You adore me as much if I were poor. No. All you want to be is a lovely widow. It's almost time to lock up the house. Then your party will really begin. I wonder how it'll end.
Dude, I love him so. This is probably his best performance, man. He is relishing. He's not
so
chewing the scenery,
diabolical.
but he's just.
He's suggesting so much. He's
just loving it.
He's dancing around, not saying, "I'm
Close to
gonna
midnight,
murder
man.
somebody."
Okay. I'll be down in a minute.
Who is it?
Your host, my dear. It's almost midnight, Nora. We're all going to get together down in the living room.
All right, Mr. Lloyd. I'll be right down.
Gross. Face in a box. Is this where you guys got the face in a box idea?
Face in a box.
From the movie.
Oh no, but I'm sure subconsciously that somehow slipped in. Yeah.
Come with us. Come with us before he kills you.
And that is going to take us to our break for this film, because we're only going to do one break for each movie tonight instead of two, which I think is, you know, we always like to improve the format if we can, and with the double features, I think last time we did 2 breaks, and you don't need 2 breaks. You take 1 break, we'll be just fine. So that was the exciting first half of House on Haunted Hill. What are we thinking so far, Evan?
This movie is just incredible, man. It's got like all of the just classic haunted house devices. They're like literally going on this like haunted house tour down to the spooky basement.
Right.
And there's a vat of acid down there.
I mean,
Like
clearly, yeah. They're
witch
just
floating around, a chandelier falls.
cherry picking all the just the most absurd, over the top horror elements to kind of create this, you know, for the time, like, I mean, pretty unique story, not original. I mean, we've seen so many old dark house movies on this show, and that's essentially what you have here. but there's just so many added benefits from, again, just the performance of Vincent Price to like all this, like, these jump scares, these big over the top moments. It's all William Castle. This is what William Castle does best. Like the showman. I mean, and so, I've always like, having been a longtime fan of this movie, I've really been a longtime fan of William Castle and his movies. And, this was his second independent film, and with a gimmick. And he went on to do a few more around this time. And I've just been such a fan that, I've got some information about tonight's movie. And it comes from his autobiography, which you can see is titled "Step Right Up, I'm Gonna Scare the Pants Off of America," which is
incredible.
Great title, right? And yeah, I've got to fix my lights, so just bear with me.
Yeah, it's okay. We got a break coming up.
Step Right Up. I'm gonna scare the pants off of America. This is his memoir, and it's great. It's his whole, life story. And, basically he kind of started on the stage, worked his way up in film, working at Columbia Pictures. And he basically
he never moves diagonally.
No, he went straight
up.
He just straight up, and it worked for him because he worked his way up from like kind of the low man on the totem pole to becoming a director. From like the 40s to the 50s. I mean, he even assistant directed for Orson Welles, a movie that he did for Columbia called The Lady from Shanghai. And he talks extensively about that in his autobiography. But he, around 1958, he decided to strike it out on his own. I mean, again, he saw Diabolique, was really inspired by kind of just, the fact that it was a black and white thriller that was really kind of interesting and scary and all these things. And he was like, oh, I could do this on my own for really cheap. I don't need Columbia. I can just go be an independent producer. So again, like we said earlier, he mortgaged his house. He made Macabre. It was a huge hit.
Was he married?
Yeah, he was married.
Oh my God, that poor woman.
His wife, I mean, let me tell you, it wasn't the only time he mortgaged his house.
Did it again?
He did it. Well, and it was for a very good reason, and I'll tell you later. But he kind of like started, he kind of started a movement in realizing that there was money to be made in these cheap black and white horror movies. Him and Roger Corman were kind of, late 50s, around the same time, like their peak years were around the same time of each other. They both realized you could make a movie on a horror movie on a shoestring budget and make a huge profit, make a killing. And so
it's funny that that's still true.
It is. It hasn't changed. It is definitely still true. And, that's why I love these guys, because I feel like what they hit on is still relevant today. And with Castle, it was more specifically that you could find gimmicks to kind of get people in the seats. And I won't spoil tonight's gimmick because it happens at the climax of the film. So I'll wait to talk about anything with that until we get there. But basically, I mean, he kind of hit on this after making the movie. I think it was one of those things where
he found it in the edit.
Yeah, Macabre was a huge hit. He knew he needed another movie, so he teamed up with the same writer, Rob White, who he went on to collaborate with 3 more times. And they hit on this haunted house movie, and yeah, very much trying to lean into, like we kind of did our own foray into spook shows earlier this season. He kind of took elements of that, kind of these live horror shows, and tried to put them into movie form here. And he realized he needed a big lead for that. And so, he's trying to figure out, he knew he needed somebody that could be elegant, but also a little kind of campy and a little, just all these different things. And he didn't know who to get. And he went and stopped in a coffee shop on a rainy night. And who else was in the coffee shop but Vincent Price?
Oh my God.
Well, let me go. Go. So
just a twist of fate.
Right. So William Castle goes up to him. He's like, "Oh, like, I met you before. Don't you remember?" And Vincent Price is like, "No." Like, he's like, so he talks to him. Vincent Price is like, William Castle says, "Can I join you?" And Vincent Price is like, "Sure, I'm depressed. Like, I just lost out on like a big role. And I'm just..." Now, this is all from William Castle, so I'm sure this is embellished a little bit. But William Castle said that Vincent Price said, "Oh, I just lost out on this big role. I'm really depressed." And so William Castle kind of gave him some condolences and then went into his pitch, right? Which was, "I got this movie." He basically pitches in the whole movie, and Vincent Price is like, really like, "Okay, so what about this? What about that?" And he's like eating pie, like, just like listening to William Castle pitch.
So he hit Vincent Price at like precisely the right moment.
Yeah, like when he's depressed, like gorging himself, like his sorrows with food, like
he's thinking, well, when one door closes, another door opens.
Right. And
in walks this guy.
And so in walks this guy that says, "Oh, I know, I met you." And he's like, "Okay, sure." But then, William Castle offers him the lead role, and he tells him all about the vat of acid and all these things. And and I guess basically William Castle had worked out the gimmick maybe like as he was making the movie. It wasn't until the end. He kind of knew, like, he was hanging out with the distributor, like the head of the studio that was distributing it, Allied Artists, and their marketing guy. And he, again, in his autobiography, he says he came up with the idea. And I haven't read anything to the contrary, but he just like pretty much decided to, like, he was like, "All right, let me let me come up with this gimmick that is like interactive." Like, that was the thing. Like, he had gotten a life insurance policy for everybody so they wouldn't die of fright. Now he had to top that, right? It's like, let me go interactive. And of course the guys he was meeting with were like, "No, this is insane," but he was able to.
It sounds like the Spook Show.
It's very similar. And that was like basically what Castle did, was he took the Spook Show sensibilities and he translated them into film, and he saw a lot of success doing it with tonight's film. And so he ended up doing it, at least for his next 3 or 4 movies in the next, at least over the next 3 years. Those are the trailers that we're going to see for our break. We've got, first trailer is for the movie that he did right after this, which also stars Vincent Price, entitled The Tingler. And movie had a great gimmick called Percepto, where, again, in the movie, there's this creature called the Tingler that when you're afraid, it grows on your spine and it can kill you unless you scream. The only way it can be neutralized is by screaming. He had this gimmick where they attach buzzers to the theater seats, and they would like buzz the audience like during the climactic scene of the movie to simulate the Tingler.
Just a nice relaxing night at the movies.
You're just looking to chill out. What better than a nice little, it wasn't actually an electric shock. It was just more like it shook the seat, but they advertised it, I think, as a shock. And then the next trailer is for a movie that he did called, as a movie to, a lot of people have heard the title 13 Ghosts, but you may not know that it was a William Castle movie before they remade House on Haunted Hill and 13 Ghosts as part of like a, Robert Zemeckis, the guy who made Back to the Future and all those movies. He basically started a company called Dark Castle to remake William Castle movies. So they remade House on Haunted Hill and 13 Ghosts. But 13 Ghosts was kind of the follow-up to the Tingler, and that was more just using like 3D glasses. The gimmick wasn't anything too special there. And then the next trailer was the next movie that he did, which is called Homicidal. And it is...
In that one, Castle just comes out and kills one of the audience members.
It's kind of how the trailer frames it. But the gimmick there was I think it was the fright break. And you could be refunded your money at the climax if you were too afraid to see how it turned out. But you had to go to this yellow box called the Coward's Corner. That so if you're gonna try to get your refund, he was really gonna humiliate the shit out of you. So I mean, you might as well have been killing the audience. But he made Homicidal in response to a very popular movie at the time, which was actually made in response to tonight's film. I'm not going to spoil that. I'm going to save that for later. But we're going to get this break, which are these 3 William Castle trailers. And then when we come back, we'll get into the exciting second half of House on Haunted Hill. So stick around. We'll be right back.
I'm William Castle, and I feel obligated to warn you about the next attraction you will see at this theater. The picture is The Tingler, which I directed. And for the first time in motion picture history, members of the audience, including you, will actually play a part in the picture. You will feel some of the physical reactions, the shocking sensations experienced by the actors on the screen. I guarantee that The Tingler has more shocks per minute than my last film, The House on Haunted Hill. But don't be alarmed. You can protect yourself. When you see the picture, you will be told, and remember the instruction, how you can guard yourself from attack by The Tingler. And now may I show you a few scenes from The Tingler?
Listen to William Castle, whom the Saturday Evening Post calls the master of movie horror.
Do you believe in ghosts? I do. And you will too, when you come to this theater and see my picture, 13 Ghosts. No more dictation today. When you see 13 ghosts, you'll be given a supernatural viewer like this, which will enable you to penetrate for the first time into the spirit world. It will let you see all 13 of our weird, wonderful, and wildly assorted ghosts.
Now, brace yourself as we take you across the threshold of our haunted mansion, where there's a ghost for everyone in the family. Father, mother, sister, brother. You'll be scared stiff too when you see what they see. 13 ghosts, materializing in ectoplasmic color through the magic of Illusiono, the Ghost Viewer. The ghost of a lion in the basement. The ghost of a murderous cook in the kitchen.
Stop it!
The ghost who speaks through the lips of the living.
Death tonight. To one of you.
The evil ghost in the bedroom, fighting to take possession of this beautiful girl. You'll feel all the thrills and chills of seeing one ghost multiplied by the magic number 13.
For the first time in screen history, a special interval will be provided during the running of this picture for refunding your admission. If you're unable to stand the almost unbearable suspense, the almost paralyzing shock of homicidal.
If homicide is your hobby, may I recommend a surgical knife for a nice, clean, quiet murder? I'm William Castle, and this wheelchair is just to rest my tired nerves after producing a picture like this one. We are so sure you will find it such a shocking and startling experience that we are offering a money-back guarantee when you come to see Homicidal. At the height of the suspense, there will be a fright break, an interval during which you can quiet your nerves. If you are too frightened to see the end of the picture, your full admission price will be refunded. Time to go downstairs now. Got a date to carve a corpse.
And we are back. So that was the trailers for The Tingler, 13 Ghosts, and Homicidal. I've got to fix my. That's gonna drive me crazy if I can't. it's just gonna drive me bonkers. So yeah, so those three William Castle movies, and I've seen. I guess I've seen them all. I just tried to watch Homicidal recently. It's kind of hard to follow. There's a lot going on.
Did you get a refund?
No, they should Columbia Pictures should still honor that refund. I don't know why they don't.
You just have to send in proof of your own Coward's Corner.
Yeah, I guess I do. If I can show that I made my own giant yellow box to go ask for my money back, maybe they'll give me my money back.
Look, I've done my due diligence. I stood in the corner. I want my money back.
This is William Castle said, I'm going to hold the man to his word. Yeah, no, unfortunately, probably not.
But you did put a buzzer in your chair for the Tingler.
Right. Which, and he's in all three of those trailers. He was in the trailer for the Tingler, for 13 Ghosts, and for Homicidal. Like,
is he in any of the movies, or is just?
He's not, but his most famous film that he didn't even direct, he's actually he's kind of in at least a famous scene. So basically the whole thing about William Castle, he did these gimmicks from like 1958 until like 62, 63, the early 60s, and then his investors were kind of like, you need to move away from the gimmicks. We want you to. So he kind of got less. He would do little things, but it wasn't as elaborate as those three trailers.
Mm-hmm.
But he, again, like I said earlier, he mortgaged his house more than once. So
Did he live in like a big top tent by any chance?
Well, again, man, he literally did consider himself a showman. Like, he called himself that. Like, he did have that sense of, like, I want to sell something to the people. He did really have this kind of excited energy, and he felt like he really found his ultimate way to do it when he decided to mortgage his house a second time to buy the rights to a novel entitled Rosemary's Baby.
Okay.
He bought the rights to Rosemary's Baby. He's then approached by Paramount Pictures, and he made a deal with Paramount to help make the film. Unfortunately, Paramount decided that they didn't want William Castle to direct this very premier property, which that was the thing. William Castle bought it with the intention to produce and direct it.
Yeah.
They said, we don't want we don't want you. You're known for these really schlocky B movies. We don't want
William. We know you mortgaged your house for this, but we're going with somebody else.
We're going with somebody else. We're going with Roman Polanski. And so that was basically what they did. They still allowed him to produce the movie. So you go watch it. You'll see it is produced by William Castle. But it was directed by Roman Polanski, and that was really kind of heartbreaking for William Castle because he saw this as his big moment.
Big comeback.
Well, I mean, it wasn't, he didn't really go anywhere. He just, his movies were kind of stale. Yeah, it was it was an opportunity to reinvent himself. And I mean, obviously, Polanski made an iconic movie, and William Castle appears in Rosemary's Baby as there's a scene where she's in a phone booth and she thinks she's being stalked by her doctor. And it's this tall, white-haired man standing outside the phone booth, and he's kind of like looking in at her. It goes on for like 4 minutes. It's William Castle. He's the man at the phone booth.
That's a hearty cameo.
Yeah, I mean, no, he does really kind of get, and I can't remember if he's got a cigar, because that was one of his trademarks. I don't know if you can maybe see in those trailers, but was having this big, long cigar. I don't know. I feel like I remember him having a cigar in Rosemary's Baby. Maybe he doesn't. But yeah, and then shortly after that, he had like went into kidney failure, and he recovered, but being ill kind of set him back, and he had a hard time getting back into the film industry. He made a few movies after Rosemary's Baby, but nothing that was really successful, and kind of passed away without having another huge hit. But I mean, he obviously, when your movie ends up public domain, it's going to be seen for decades and decades and decades. So while this is the only William Castle movie that we have in the public domain, I'm happy to have even one to get to talk about him, because he is a very like iconic filmmaker that more people should know about and learn about, because just a showman. And we'll talk more about him. Again, we're about to get into the exciting second half of House on Haunted Hill, and just so far, I don't know if you've noticed any familiar faces, but the woman playing Vincent Price's wife, we've seen her before. She's an actress named Carol Omar, who was in Spider Baby, playing cousin Emily, the kind of like mean cousin who's trying to get all the money of the deformed affected children. And then
that was a little bit after this, wasn't it?
That was 5 years after, filmed 5 years after this, released 9 years after this. So and that was her last movie, and she wasn't in very many movies. A lot of the people in tonight's movie, the actor playing the psychiatrist, this was his penultimate film. The actress playing Nora, Carolyn Craig, this was her penultimate film. The actress playing the blonde reporter, her name is Julie Mitchum, sister of famous Hollywood actor Robert Mitchum. I don't know if you know Robert Mitchum from anything. What I can tell you is that you remember, for all the millennials out there, you remember Charlie the Unicorn, right?
Sure, yeah.
So the people that made that made a short, can't remember what it was called, but it was some kind of detective thing, and it had the decapitated head of Robert Mitchum.
Okay.
It was pretty hilarious.
So maybe you've heard him.
So maybe you've heard, but he was in a lot of film noirs and obviously a really famous. It's more of a thriller, but it's an almost German expressionist thriller, even though it was made in America by a British man who that was the only movie he ever directed because he was an actor. Night of the Hunter. It's just a great movie. It's on Tubi. You should go check it out. Robert Mitchum is the villain, and he's amazing. But this is his sister and Julie. So when my brother and I watch this now, we always like imitate Robert Mitchum yelling at his sister about why she should do House on Haunted Hill and like how she needs. Now, Julie, when you do this, you get. So like, you know. Like that's the thing. My brother and I have watched this movie so many times that there's so many like.
You've got like a whole Rocky Horror thing going.
We do, we really like making fun of it and being able to quote it and everything. And I hate like he's busy tonight because I know if he wasn't, he'd be in the chat right now. He fucking loves this movie. He's been waiting for us to show it here, and it is. Yeah, for some reason we're just always quoting it, but that was like so always a thing we do now is we make fun of Robert Mitchum. So his sister Julie's in it, and nobody really else, you know, recognized. Oh well, our favorite drunk Watson Pritchard, Scared of Ghosts. He's actually in a lot of horror movies. Even after this, really.
Is he typecast as Frightened Man?
Yeah, basically. Actually, yeah, he's that in Salem's Lot. He's that in what is it? Blackula. He's also that in Rosemary's Baby.
Oh, there you go.
So there you go. Bring it all the way home. Another William Castle production. Yeah. He's the guy that sells the apartment to the couple in the beginning of Rosemary's Baby, and then goes on to be kind of run around being scared throughout. But Messiah of Evil, which we're going to be watching on this show. I don't know that we'll watch it. I want to save it. It's a good movie. It was made in the 70s. It's public domain. But he also plays a frightened man in that as well. So we're going to get more Elijah Cook Jr. on the show, but this is his, if you ask me, his greatest role. But he was in a lot of film noirs, and he's a very like reliable character actor in Hollywood. But he made a few prominent horror films, so good to note that. But nobody else really had much horror. So
Fresh is in the chat.
Just in time. You're just in time, Fresh, because we're about to get into the exciting second half of House on Haunted Hill. Anything before we get into it, Evan?
We've seen so many like fun haunted house things so far. I can't wait till they get to the scene with like the mirror that makes you all wavy, makes your head tiny.
Right, yeah.
The hallway that's just a big rotating tube.
Yeah, exactly. You know, at some point, maybe some people in masks will come out and like shake you. You know, I don't know. We could only be so lucky. But all right. Well, on that note, I think we're going to go ahead and get into the exciting second half of House on Haunted Hill right now. Fresh is in the house.
Where's Laura? Miss Manning.
I don't want to stay here.
Nora, what happened?
I love how the doors just open for them like that.
That's Jonas Slides and his wife. They've been caretakers here for years. She's blind, you know.
I'm not going to stay here.
You know how blind people float around?
Yeah, always
Doctor, it
light
looks
on
like
their
we
feet.
have a real case of hysteria on our hands.
I think she's just a little upset, not hysterical.
Well, he's a doctor. He ought to know.
Good evening.
Hello, my dear. This is my wife. These are our guests. Ruth Bridges, Dr. Trent. You know Watson Pritchard, of course. Nora Manning, and this is Lance Schroeder.
You like him, don't you, honey?
Get me out of here.
Now, what about the 10,000?
I don't care. He wants to kill me.
Who wants to kill you?
Mr. Lawrence.
May I have your attention, please? I think you all remember the bargain we made about staying all night. $10,000 apiece. If any of you don't survive, $50,000 will be divided amongst the rest of you. If I should die, you will be paid by my estate. When the door is locked from the outside by the caretakers, we'll all be forced to stay in this house until morning. If any of you decide not to stay, you must leave with the caretakers now. You won't have a chance to change your minds later, because there'll be no way to get out.
I don't want to stay.
Wait.
Always a bargain.
Is that one gonna fall too?
It isn't midnight yet. Who told them they could leave?
They never leave before midnight.
Well, they've gone now.
Damn.
I was going to
This
ask
whole
you
thing
whether
is
you wanted
ruined.
to stay or not, but it seems that the caretakers have made the decision for you. We're all locked in now.
But I don't want to stay.
And I'm sorry, my dear, but it's too late now.
Darling, haven't you had enough of the silly game? Get some cars up here for these people and let them go home. But pay them first.
This is your party, remember? In spite of my wife's faith in my ability to do the impossible, we will all have to stay in this house until 8 o'clock in the morning. But we have some party favors for you in these little coffins.
So cute.
This is my wife's idea. I must say, I think it's rather dangerous. I suppose you all know how to use one of these things, but in case you don't, you just press down on this lever.
I'm sure you all
with
know
your
how to
thumb,
use
and
one of
then
these.
Pull the trigger. You see, they're loaded.
These are no good against the dead, only the living.
Doctor?
Pritchard.
Lance? Nora?
This is very big
Go
time
ahead,
show,
take it.
man. We're gonna really raise the ante. Everybody has a gun now.
Yeah, talking about raising the stakes, without a doubt.
And here's yours, dear.
I don't need it.
It was your idea. Who knows, you may want to use it on me before this night is over.
Throw these guns away. They won't do you any good.
I agree with Pritchard on that point, although not for the same reason.
Dr. Trent, don't you approve of our little party favors?
Suppose Nora had had a gun when she mistook the blind woman for a ghost.
I don't think anyone else is going to walk around in total darkness.
Oh, I'm sure we're not going to go running around the house shooting each other, aren't you?
Who knows? Fear makes people do amazing things.
Yeah, get fucking wasted.
Mr. Pritchard, you said your sister-in-law killed a man and a woman here and cut them up? You said they found hands and feet, but they never found any heads. Would you like to see one of those heads? Would you all like to see one of those heads?
She was sitting on that for a minute when
Yeah.
she... Oh,
Just
I found a
marinating
head in my luggage.
Yeah, by the way,
Darling, I really don't need this.
Just go look in my suitcase. Just go look.
I'm gonna need to take a closer look at this.
But it was in there. A woman's head.
Nora, I think you're a little upset. Would you care for a sedative?
Get out! Get out, all of you! All of you, get out of here and leave me alone! Just get out of here!
Hysteria.
Representative. That's like another running joke between me and my brother is like hysteria. Like,
I
do
wish
you
you'd
need a
taken a
sedative?
sedative.
Well, what do you suppose she thought she saw?
They're closing in on her.
Look, Doc, I think somebody ought to stay with her.
There could be 1 million people around her. But if they wanted her, they'd get her.
Jeez, fuck.
What if he's right?
He's too drunk to know what he's talking about.
I wonder. I'll join you in a minute.
Do you think it would do any good if you went in and talked to her?
Well, do you think there really was a head in her suitcase?
I don't know.
A thing like that would put me right over the edge.
But would you sort of stay up here, I mean, in case she needs help?
All right. I'll be in my room. Just call it.
Thanks.
Are you sure there are only 7 people in this house?
Positive, except for the ghosts.
I don't believe in ghosts.
Cute.
Nor in frightening women. In Nora's case, it's gone far enough. Perhaps too far.
What do you suggest we do about it, Doctor?
Don't frighten her anymore.
Don't you scare her anymore.
You quit it. You cut it out. Bad millionaire.
Nora? 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 Nora!
Yeah, I mean, this is 1959, so, you know, we're definitely breaking code. Getting close to breaking code. I mean, we're pushing it at the least.
What do you know about this?
They've taken her. In a little while, she'll be one of them.
Where's Norton? Where is she?
It's too late. It's too late. You'll never find her again.
Pritchard, if you know where she is, you better tell me now.
She's gone. She's gone with them. And there's nothing you can do about it.
Let her down.
Very elaborate hanging setup.
A lot of slack in that rope, too. I don't-
This is COD, pal.
Nora?
Oh, shit.
She's dead, Mr. Lauren. Your wife hanged herself.
Jesus, fresh.
At a dinner party.
I didn't want the $10,000 anyway.
Nora.
Please hide me. Please hide me.
What's the matter?
Hide me. He tried to kill me. He grabbed me and choked me and put me in that room. And then he went away and left me.
Who?
He thought I was dead.
Who?
Mr. Lord.
Are you sure about this?
I don't know. It was dark, but it must have been him.
Has anybody seen you since he left you?
I heard some people in that room, but I went by and nobody saw me.
Mrs. Lauren is dead.
But how?
Lauren said she committed suicide, but I think somebody killed her.
Him?
I love how they got adjoining rooms.
I'm sure you've come to the same conclusion I have.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, let's all have a meeting, discuss what to do. The living room?
Okay, in a minute. I've got to go downstairs. Now, you lock yourself in here and don't let anybody know you're here. If he thinks you're dead, he won't come here. And I'll get back as soon as I can. You'll be all right. And if you have to, you use it.
Looking so suspicious, man.
So beautiful. So greedy. So cold. What are you doing in here? Wait. Don't wait. What do you mean coming in here?
I didn't want them to take her away.
You're drunk.
They will if you don't watch her.
You're drunk. All right, out with it, Bridget. Why did you come into this room?
I'm the only one who understands.
Understands what?
Your wife isn't there anymore. She's already joined them.
Bridget, I've had enough of your spook talk. Get out, you sot, and don't come back into this room again.
Sot? Is that an insult?
Yeah.
You sot.
Yeah, don't they call the Grinch that in the Grinch song?
Mr. Grinch. Yeah, I guess they do. Yeah. I guess I've never really thought about it very hard before, but sot. Okay. I don't know, it doesn't sound, it kind of sounds like a bad word to say. It's not a slur, is it?
I don't.
It kind of sounds like it.
I don't think
What's her
so,
name?
but
Nora. I didn't disturb her since I don't think this concerns her.
No, you're right.
Mr. Loren, isn't there some way we can get out of this house now?
No, none at all.
We could try breaking out.
The only door to the outside is made of steel. The bars of the windows are set in solid stone. We gotta stay.
I'm not afraid of your ghosts, Pritchard.
Yeah, Vincent Price should have like
But I am
slapped
afraid.
him earlier. That'd have been more dramatic.
When we came here a few hours ago, the only thing we had in common was the $10,000 we'd get. Now, however, we share something else. The death of Mrs. Loren. So far tonight,
Really powerful bond.
one of us was almost killed by a falling chandelier. One of us was mysteriously slugged. One of us has been driven to the brink of absolute hysteria. And one of us is dead. Were these accidents? Suicide? And we must stay here for 6 more hours.
6 hours? 6 of us. Time enough.
Who will be next? How will it happen?
Let me ask you a question, Doctor. You were the first one to see my wife there. Did you also see anything that she could have climbed up on and then jumped?
No.
Did any of you? There was nothing. How then did she get up there so high?
Exactly, Mr. Loren. How? She couldn't have pulled herself up there. She couldn't have dropped from the ceiling. Do you think your wife killed herself?
No. She was murdered by one of you.
Or you, Mr. Loren. To deliberately kill someone, you must have a reason.
We were all strangers to your wife. Only you had a motive for murder.
What
Oh,
husband
damn, I hadn't
hasn't
thought
at some
about
time wanted to kill his wife? What husband hasn't had 1,000 opportunities to do it in such a way so that he'd never be suspected? I'm not such a fool as to hang my wife from a ceiling by a rope.
The fact remains that you, or one of us, murdered Mrs. Loren. And that's a matter for the police.
So how do we get the police?
That's my point. We can't until morning. What began as a silly party given by an eccentric has now involved us all in murder.
For once, Pritchard may be right. If another murder's in the works, let's stop it now.
Wait, Pritchard is right? How's Pritchard right?
Why not? Maybe one of us saw too much.
Why should even a millionaire want to give each of us $10,000 to spend one night in a gloomy old house? To see some ghosts, have a party? No.
Have you finished trying me, Doctor? And is the verdict guilty of murder?
Oh, this isn't getting us anywhere. Somebody killed Mrs. Loren. We know that. One of us is guilty and the rest of us are innocent. Okay. Now, what we have to do for the next 6 hours is protect ourselves from each other.
Do you really think?
I don't think anything. I just know that I'm going to my room. And if anybody comes in, I'll shoot him. Or her.
And if we all stay in our rooms, we'll be safe. Because the innocent will have no reason to leave his room. And the guilty will admit his guilt if he or she does.
And we all have guns.
And we're all agreed?
And we all have guns.
This night were over.
Rooms? Guns? I tell you, it doesn't make any difference. They aren't through with us yet.
You know, in these old Dark House movies, they don't usually all have guns.
No.
It does kind of set this one apart.
Definitely an improvement. Yeah.
What's the use of saying goodnight?
I'll just say night.
Nothing good about it. That's for sure.
Good night.
She said good night. Suspicious.
Now that's a natural reaction. Not saying anything at all. God, I'm just so pissed. Why did I think I was going to get $10,000 so easy? I should have known it was going to be harder than I thought. He really shouldn't have given him a gun. I think of all people, I don't think it was.
Let's give this drunk guy a gun.
I've got to make notes about hysteria. I love this bit right here because it is never explained. All right, Julie, you got to give it all you got now. Come on, Julie.
Nora, it's me, Lance. You okay? They've all gone to their rooms and locked themselves in.
Lance, I've been thinking. It was so dark down there. Maybe it wasn't Mr. Lorne.
It was him, all right. He tried to kill you, and he did kill his wife.
How can you be so sure?
She tried to warn me, asked me to help her. The doc thinks he's going to try and kill one of us. Now, there must be a way out of this place, and I'm going to find it and get the police before he does.
I'm going with you.
Well, if he finds out you're alive... No, Nora. You're safer here than any place else.
Let's split up, gang.
Really?
If I find a way out, I'll come back and get you.
You'd only slow me down. See you later.
It's true. It's exactly what he was thinking.
Oh, no, no. You'll be much safer in this room. Killers never return to the scene. Oops.
Man, this sequence right here is something. This always got me.
I like that angle.
High up, looking down.
Ooh.
I mean, I know how they did this, but it still looks pretty wild.
Gonna give you a little scare.
Quick! She's got a gun. Every gimmick in the book.
Yeah. Gotta have the ghost piano.
A piano playing itself.
Good scream.
I know, I love it. I think it's really her scream. I don't know if they used a fake one or not, but yeah, if it is hers, she's goes above and beyond without a doubt.
An admission of guilt, Doctor?
Certainly not. There's either somebody else in this house or one of us has left his room. Did you hear anything?
Organ music?
That, and someone walking.
You got yours? Ready?
You look downstairs, and I'll look up here.
Scooby-Doo.
Why not together?
There may be only minutes, seconds left of someone's life. Why waste time?
You remember how all this plays out, right?
I can't quite remember the ending, but I know my favorite part is coming up.
It's almost over, darling. Every detail was perfect.
What's happening?
We've done it. A perfect crime. Beautiful.
Has she killed him?
Me or the crime?
Not yet, but she will.
Get me out of this hanging harness. What's taking that girl so long? What time is it?
At first, I couldn't get Nora to want to protect herself with a gun. After you appeared at the window, everything began to work just as we had planned. You were wonderful. Just the touch that finally drove her into complete hysteria.
It'll be worth all of our planning, darling. Where's Nora now? What's happening?
On her way to the cellar. So scared she'll shoot the first thing that moves.
And Frederick?
On his way to the cellar, too.
David, are you sure none of them will suspect us?
Of what? An hysterical girl accidentally shoots somebody? Who would suspect that we planned it that way, that we drove her to it?
What about my suicide?
But just a ghost party gag. We'll claim it was a dummy since I'm the only one who touched you.
And the caretakers?
Well, they had no idea what they were really doing.
What about Nora? She's not stupid, you know.
Darling, believe me, everything we planned is working perfectly. Nora is sure Frederick murdered you. She thinks Frederick attacked her in the cellar, not me. And now Nora's almost out of her mind with fear. The heads, the music, you're hanging. I tell you, when Frederick walks in there, she'll shoot him.
It's taking too long. David, you ought to be there.
When you hear the shot, come down to the cellar.
Oh, Nora. Poor Nora, dude. She's such a cog in the machine, man.
Working class girl trying to get by.
Trying to help her whole family get by, man. Now she's got to play these games, these shenanigans.
This is what happens if you reply to one of those scam emails.
Right.
You get wrapped up in something like this.
Cylorn, there he is. I knew you. I knew you would. Oh, Cylorn. Don't worry. I reminisce about all of our moments.
Oh.
All of our good times watching this movie and referencing it.
We gotta
when
start
we were
over.
kids, that was what Cylorn would say. Rewind it, rewind it, rewind it. Oh, Cylorn, if only I could. We'll have to get you in here, Cylorn. We'll have to do a special brothers viewing of Sonata. Don't worry though, I've covered most of our in jokes about this movie. This ending always confused me so much. I was always so confused by the end of this. Took me like 10 years to figure out, like, they're not trying to do anything clever. It doesn't make any sense. It's okay. It's fine. That was the logic we operated under, Cylorn, and it made no sense. We believed that for a long time. It made no sense.
David?
Every time. It never quite works out though, unfortunately.
One of these days is gonna drop you in that vat of acid. This is my favorite part.
This is the climax. No, Sylarn, unfortunately, she passed away. Probably about 10 years ago. Maybe a little more than that, I think. Yeah, I mean, if she was still alive, I'd try to find a way to interview her about like this and Spider Baby.
At last you've got it all. Everything I have. Even my life. But you're not going to live to enjoy it. Come with me, murderess. Come with me.
Do you think Vincent Price is more intimidating as a man or as a skeleton?
Skeleton. Look at that smile.
Still got that smirk.
It's like always a thing when I'd watch it with like family or friends. Like, oh, it barely pushed her in. It's like, what do you want? There's a skeleton walking around, pushed her in the water in the first place. Like, do you want this to make sense? Like, it doesn't. It doesn't. Like, again, that's the thing about me and Sylar. We tried so much as kids to make this all make sense, and it doesn't.
To make it a rational explanation. It's just on puppet strings.
But this is literally what William Castle pitched to Vincent Price, that this is what would happen. Like, so, he knew the ending. Like,
Good night, Doctor. Good night, Annabelle. The crime you two planned was indeed perfect. Only the victim is alive and the murderers are not. It's a pity you didn't know when you started your game of murder that I was playing too.
I was always 2 steps ahead.
There must be some way to get in here.
It's right along here, somewhere.
Lance! I've shot Mr. Lorne. He's down in the wine cellar.
Alive?
I don't think so.
yeah. Really, yeah, I mean. He was the murderer the whole
It's
time.
him. He's alive.
You didn't shoot anyone, my dear. I loaded your gun with blanks. I can tell you all now. Trent and my wife were planning to kill me. They failed. Trent tried to throw me in the vat. My wife stumbled and fell. I'm ready for justice to decide if I'm innocent or guilty.
Like withdrawals, like from delirium tremors. Is that what DT stands for?
Delirium tremors.
You know what that is, right?
Yeah.
Now there are 9. There'll be more, many more. They're coming for me now. And then they'll come for you.
Oh no. That was House on Haunted Hill. And yeah, I mean, I just freaking love that movie. I mean, obviously, it is. So, I mean, Evan, you've seen it. I don't have to ask you what you thought of it, but I mean, was there anything watching it, this most recent time that you saw differently, or that you were like, oh, I learned something different, or like put together a little more?
I feel like rewind it. Let's watch it again. That's the double feature.
Yeah, we're just gonna watch House on Haunted Hill again.
Yeah, I think the first time I watched it, I'm pretty sure we watched it before, but we were I wasn't exactly paying attention. And so it was almost like watching it for the first time.
So, what did you think?
I mean, I love it. It's just it's a satisfying kind of whodunit. Now I'm curious. You said that you had trouble making sense of it. Like, what do you mean by that? Because it seemed fairly straightforward.
So, as kids, me and Job were always confused about how, okay, well, it looks like he got shot, and then the other guy comes out, and he's like, right as he's like about to push him into the vat, it fades to black. So we were like,
oh yeah,
we
true.
we
I
got-
guess yeah. What happened there?
yeah,
Yeah.
and so like our
Is
dad,
that just a plot hole?
our dad said something about, well, it confused us. I think this is what confuses us, because our dad said something to the effect of, well, Vincent Price is wearing a mask of the doctor, and the doctor's wearing a mask of Vincent Price, and that's like, that makes no sense. But we like Job and I legitimately,
It's a classic dad answer.
We
where,
did.
Like, your dad doesn't know, but he's gonna just put something out there.
we legitimately believed that there was more to it, and I did, to the point that, like, I don't know if Cylon remembers this, but to the point that I would like fast forward this movie past the ending to see if there was more on the tape that we weren't getting, like if there was some alternate
Okay.
endings or something, some
Yeah,
bonus.
you thought there was a secret.
Yeah, maybe there was just more to it that they had put on the, and again,
To be honest, I wouldn't put that past William Castle.
I did. Yeah, I was like, maybe there's some kind of, they shot a second ending or something. And it's like, no, it just kind of, and I know Cylon will love this, seeing this again, because this is my first copy of the movie. I own many copies. Yeah, we really didn't understand it. We thought there was more to it, but it's pretty simple. It's pretty straightforward. It makes sense. Obviously, Vincent Price was out to get his wife and her lover the whole time, and he did. He got the upper hand, and you just gotta love Vincent Price. It's kind of relishing in his.
Yeah. I just really love the skeleton. I think more movies could use skeletons as the monster.
Well, that was William Castle's whole gimmick here, and it was called Emergo or Emergo. I don't know if it was Emergo or Emergo, but it was basically that when that sequence in the movie happened, when the skeleton comes out of the vat and chases Mrs. Lauren around, that like a 6 to 12 foot inflatable skeleton flew out above the audience and then flew back in by the end of that sequence. So that was the gimmick for this movie, was Emergo. And
see, I remember that. I wasn't sure about the timing. I thought that it might have been after the guy at the end is talking about the ghost, and then they'll get you, and then it flies out.
Right.
I came to say goodbye, Jules. You never left me without saying goodbye.
No clues, no fingerprints, no motive, nothing.
But surely if a man was choked to death, there would be imprints on his throat.
Why in the world do you stay in this place?
We can't leave.
And while you're busy working, do just like the birdies do. Though the day may be long, you never will go wrong. Off key, on key, any old key, just start the day with a song.
Happy day, doodle-doodle-doodle-doodle-doodle-lay, for you and me, for us and we, all the clouds have rolled away. It's a happy day, doodle-doodle-doodle-doodle-doodle-lay. The sun shines bright and the world's all right. It's a happy day.
Hey, taxi!
I'm the black sheep of the family.
Hey, Charlie, coming to the party? Yahoo! Yes, I am. Oh, no, you're not. Come get Papa.
Would you all like to join our party? Well, pack up your troubles and let's all sing. Just follow the bouncing ball.
Pack up your troubles in your own kit bag and smile, smile, smile. While you will Lucifer to light your flag, smile, boys, as the sky. What's the use of worrying? It never was worthwhile. So pack up your troubles in your own kit bag and smile, smile, smile.
Let's make this party good and hot. So sing this song with all you've got.
Pack up your troubles in your own kit bag and smile, smile, smile. While you the Lucifer to
I wonder what could have frightened them.
The city of the dead.
Hey, you! What are you doing here?
Now you see him. Now you don't. Hold your breath and save your laughs when Bela Lugosi, that master of horror, meets those gloom-busting East Side kids. Even a respectable ghost gets a nervous breakdown.
It says here that in the night he prowls about seeking new victims, and in the daytime he sleeps in a coffin.
Well, let's wait till daytime, huh?
We ain't waiting for nothing. We're going right now. Go ahead, open it.
Oh, you open it.
Maybe it ain't supposed to be open till Christmas.
Who are you? You don't remember me. But 20 years ago in this very house, you scared the health out of me. No!
We are back. This wine, a nice red. And what'd you say, Pinot? What now, Evan?
It's a sweet Pinot Noir. And it's pretty good. I like it. We actually had some Pinot Noir last week for our ritual wine. So, I mean, we've had a lot of wine this season, which I'm okay with.
It's fine.
Trying out, you know.
I'm not gonna complain.
Yeah.
No, it's very good, and yeah, you like this is definitely a sweeter wine, and definitely I like a sweeter red. I don't mind it.
It's nice. Nice to have something kind of mild to sip on.
Yeah, definitely a nice mild wine as we enjoy this Lugosi
This
flick.
nice mild movie.
Yeah, well, I'm sure it will be. I'm sure. I mean, we'll see. You know, again, Lugosi tends to always be acting up a storm. So I'm sure tonight's offering will be nothing less. Anything before we get into the exciting beginning of The Corpse Vanishes, Evan?
I don't never drink wine.
Classic. Well, on that note, I think we're gonna go ahead. See, just waiting for some stuff to. Okay, all right. Then we're gonna go ahead and get into the exciting beginning of The Corpse Vanishes right now. Oh, god damn it! Wait, you don't have? Oh, because of the thing. Evan, you should have said something earlier. Don't worry, I got you. I got you. Boop, boop.
There we are.
There you are. All right. Okay.
Sorry about that.
No. I'm sorry about that. That's on me. My apologies. On that note, hold on. Let me just make sure we're on YouTube right now. Let me make sure everything's going as it should be. Goodness knows it's probably not, but okay, no, everything's good. Okay. Well, let me actually just
Let me just triple check.
Quadruple check that everything looks okay. Always just want to be sure. Okay, yeah. Okay. We are going to go ahead and get into the exciting beginning of The Corpse Vanishes. Right now. Wait. Hold on. Right now.
Have we had another movie where the title is just a complete sentence?
I don't think so. See that name, Tris Coffin?
Chris Coffin? That's their real name, right?
It's his real name.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you think Tris is short for?
Is it Tristram?
Yep.
Nice. So obviously, Trismegistus.
Phyllis Hamilton, do you take this man to be your legal, lawfully
Look how
wedded
wooden
husband,
this guy
to
looks
love,
here. This cracks
honor,
me
and
up. He's
obey
like,
until death do you part?
I do.
Oh,
She stated, Dr. Rayburn.
she said I do. That counts.
we're married. I get all the
I'm
insurance.
gonna kiss her
money.
right now. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Rayburn, I'm Pat Hunter from the Chronicle.
Please, this is no time for interviews.
Shall I telephone for the ambulance?
No. The undertaker. She's dead.
Damn. Fuck.
Someone should have called a priest.
You gotta love these poverty road plots.
There he is.
We get right into it.
Descending.
Just, yeah, look at those eyes, man. Just bulging out of the skull.
Swooping down.
I need a car like that, man.
Hey, I can go now.
Is that all? Gee, thanks.
Good evening, Dr. Rayburn. I'm from the Forest Mortuary.
Forest Mortuary? Why, two of your men just drove away with the body a few moments ago.
Well, there must be some mistake. They weren't our men.
Well, I've heard of ambulance chasing, but this is something new.
New, but sensational. Another kidnapping of a dead bride. What a story!
What a story. Say.
And a few minutes ago, one of the men who helped remove the body of the mysteriously dead bride was apprehended by the police.
Go on, keep talking.
Well, what I told you, I was standing on the corner, minding my own business, when along comes a stiff wagon. A guy poked his head out of the window and asked me if I want to make a couple of bucks.
How many men were with that hearse?
Two. At least all I could see.
What'd they look like?
I don't know. It was dark. I didn't pay no attention to faces.
You noticed the license?
What, with $2 staring me in the face?
Come on, tell the truth. What'd you do with the corpse?
I didn't do nothing with it. What I tell you is the truth. So help me.
Shadowy corpse escapes. Well, I freaking hope so.
As District Attorney, Mrs. Wentworth, I assure you there won't be any trouble. You can proceed with the wedding as planned.
Well, we want some assurance besides words. We want protection.
I'll have plenty of men guarding the chapel. And if I'm any judge of the appearance of your daughter, she looks as healthy as she is beautiful.
Yeah, look at that hat.
I think you're making much ado about
You
nothing.
could only wear a big hat like that if you were healthy.
Not in the least. Well, if we have protection, I'll feel much better about it.
You'll have it all right, Mrs. Wentworth.
Everything is just so wooden and like stagey. Everybody looks
wait. I'll pick him up.
like uncomfortable.
That's the
Like they're just missing a cue.
Is the wedding called off?
Certainly not. And there isn't going to be any trouble either.
That's what all the rest of them thought.
I can't answer for Miss Wentworth's health, but your paper can print one thing, and that is that there'll be no more theft of girls' bodies.
Do you think she's less healthy because her hat's smaller?
Mm-hmm. That's how it worked back then.
Yeah. This'll get you and Sandy into the wedding, and I want plenty of photographs.
Oh, don't worry, boss. I got enough film to cover the Russian front.
Oh, Mr. Keenan, you promised to take me off the society column.
Oh, quit beefing. You're getting a break. This is the most exclusive
Say
wedding of the
quit
year.
beefing.
What if the Wentworth girl drops dead, too?
You'll still
Quit
tell me what
beefing.
she's wearing along with the rest of the fancy pants. Get me the guest list and don't bother about anything else. I've got 3 men working with the police, and there'll be plenty more thereabouts. If the bride pulls up this time, there won't be any snatching. Now get going.
What if I get a clue?
Oh, I wouldn't let that bother me, sweetie pie. You wouldn't know a clue if it bit you.
I'll remember those words, stooge.
Got him.
Ooh, jeez.
Got him. Zing.
Stooge.
Why are you so nervous, Mother?
Definitely
After
a
all, I'm the
derogatory
one that's
term back
getting
then.
married.
Everybody hated
Oh,
the Three
I just can't
Stooges.
help it. I'm so afraid something will go wrong.
Forget it. Nothing can possibly happen.
Don't worry, Mom. I'm not gonna die on my wedding day.
I kind of like stooge. Like, it's one of those words. It's like, it's such like a put down that you just don't expect. It's like calling someone a fool. You fool.
Make it snappy. We're late in this wedding.
You're
won't
right.
wait for
It
us.
works.
Can I help it if we had a blowout?
Serves you right. Why don't you buy some new tires for this bus?
You know, I've been thinking of getting... Hey, are you kidding?
Come on.
Got like a fucking mirror on that window back there.
The reflective tinting. All right.
Oh, you look so creepy, dude. I love it.
Creep out the bag.
Oh, Dwight, you mustn't come in here. It's bad luck.
Oh, not even a peek?
Not even one. You'll see me.
I'm hammered. Let me take a peek.
Girls, do you mind if I have these last few minutes alone with Alice?
Oh, I know. We understand.
Dang, no sleeves for the
You're
bride's
about to
mother.
lose me.
Provocative.
I hope not forever, dear.
Of course not.
Full sleeves
What are
for
you
the
talking
bride.
about? Do you feel all right, dear?
Certainly, I never felt better in my life. You should forget all that silly nonsense about those brides dropping dead.
I'm not worried at all. Nothing bad's gonna happen to me.
That's just silly.
For Miss Wentworth.
Oh, thank you. From Dwight, no doubt.
Oh, wear this next to your heart, darling. All my love. What an unusual orchid.
Why, I never saw one like it before. It's lovely.
It's beautiful.
The minister is ready, Mrs. Wentworth.
Thank you. Say a little prayer, darling.
You look faint, dear. Do you feel all right?
Uh-oh.
Oh, Alice! Alice! Oh, darling, are you all right?
Oh my God! What a douche! Did you see him?
Happened
They're
again.
taking photos.
Just get right in there to take a picture.
I just phoned the news to Keenan. Did you get any more pictures?
Did I get pictures? I covered everything except a close-up of this pretty posy.
Why, that looks like the one the bride wore. What are you doing with it?
Presenting it to you, sweetheart, as a token of my devotion. Take a smell.
Who ever heard of an orchid with a scent?
Well, that one has. Maybe it's a clue.
Is she gonna drop
What a
dead?
peculiar sweet odor.
Yeah, make a swell romaine salad.
Boo on the romaine
Hey,
salad.
Pat, you're not going to pass out too, are you?
Oh, No, I'm okay.
No, I've got a stronger constitution than a soon-to-be bride. Women who are about to get married always have weaker immune systems. Damn.
You stay right here.
Wait, good to tell that to some reporters. They're definitely going to stay right there.
I'll do whatever I want. Freedom of the press.
Jesus Christ. And nobody
Easy
saw
peasy.
a thing.
It's the perfect crime.
You stupid cops.
Maybe it's a decoy.
You stooge.
Maybe it's a decoy, they say, as they drive away with the body.
You had one job.
Calling all cars. Another abduction of a girl's corpse. Brunette, 22 years of age. Stop and search all trucks and suspicious-looking cars. That is all. Burnside.
Whoa. Stop.
Pile out. We're taking a look inside this rig. Sure thing, officer.
Was all he said, get out?
The corpse all right, but not the one we're looking for.
Yeah, he's dead.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, this all checks out.
Change that headline to read as Wedlock Challenged. Then set up an editorial attacking the DA's office for playing marbles while some madman runs away with the bodies of dead brides. Okay, Mr. Keenan. Send me up the proofs right away. Oh, so it's you. Well, of all the rotten stories that have ever been turned into this office, yours takes the prize. No guest list, and we don't even know what the bride wore.
She wore this orchid.
Listen, Miss Hunter. I have a great responsibility.
What she wore?
I'm a public servant. Parents are calling the Chronicle frantically with tears in their voice.
Who cares what she wore?
I know. What the hell?
I have a daughter myself who's about to be married. Maybe she'll drop dead too. But she won't drop dead from an orchid.
I didn't say that.
Well, then what are you talking about?
Every one of the brides
Why are they
that
being
died
so
disappeared
dismissive
for
of the
wearing one
flower?
these orchids.
How do you know?
Well, I checked. Look at these pictures.
Something that beautiful couldn't be a problem.
There is no way someone could poison a flower.
Then where did the Wentworth girl get this orchid? The bridegroom didn't give it to her.
Perhaps a dozen people gave it to her. Her mammy, her pappy.
No, they didn't either. I checked. Besides, this orchid has a peculiar odor. That's unusual.
Well, if you think it's a clue, why don't you follow it up?
Is that an assignment?
This flower smells like
true if you
poison.
don't bring something in.
Okay, Mr. Keenan.
Is that a
Nice background there. Transition. So he's a vampire.
Essentially. A mad scientist vampire. Or vampire mad scientist, whichever you prefer.
My little family. You're all so very faithful.
Master, the Countess is waiting.
Upstairs?
There.
Oh, we must hurry. Mike?
Angelo just hanging out on the fucking gurney.
Are you suffering, my beloved?
Terribly. You must hurry.
I'm so sorry, but I was detained. Please forgive me.
Forgive you. You loiter and waste time while I wait here dying. Dying.
Courage. I will not let you die.
Better death than agony like this. Look at me. Look at me.
Calm yourself, my dear.
Now, will you
She doesn't
hurry?
even look that bad.
Yeah, like, what do you mean? I like the tie-back lab coat. That's kind of nice. We're gonna do science to transfer her beauty to you.
That's essentially the plot.
Oh yes, face serum. So the plan is we're gonna drain some fluid out of her face
and put it in your face. Instant youth.
This is science.
Oh, that is just constantly throwing shit like way out of frame.
He's got minions. They'll take care of it.
Uh-oh. Oh no. Angelo.
Why do you beat my son so hard?
Because he's a beast, an animal. And someday I shall have to destroy him.
Damn.
I hate your son.
I'm gonna kill your son. He sucks. I'm beautiful now.
It worked.
Can you bear to look at me now?
Of course. You're beautiful. And I shall always keep you that way.
Will she live?
As long as she can be of any use to us.
She's pretty. Very young.
All of them must be. Come, my dear. Look after the girl, Parker.
Yes, ma'am.
None of the florists I checked with ever saw an orchid like that.
Well, that's not surprising. This particular type belongs to the Stanhopea class. It's a very rare species.
Do you know of anyone that grows them?
No. But if you wish to find out more about them, I suggest that you look up a man by the name of Lorenz. He was the one who originally hybridized this plant, over in Europe somewhere.
But I just can't go to Europe just to...
Oh, that isn't necessary. He lives up at Brookdale now.
Thank you.
He's right here.
Quite welcome.
You don't need to go to Europe. He's here. Is
How
that
convenient.
odd? No, that's odd.
Looks like that box got a coffin in it, Jed.
Sure does. For Professor Lorenz. What do you suppose he wants with a coffin?
Search me. He's such a strange, spooky guy. The further I stay away from him, the better.
Me too.
I'll take charge of this.
Go ahead, take it away. Glad to get rid of it.
It's all yours.
Taxi lady?
Yes.
Right this way.
Thanks, Jerry
Where to,
Lewis.
miss?
To the home of Professor Lorenz.
Lorenz, I'm sorry, I can't take you there. I'm out of gas.
Never mind, I'm not a taxi anymore.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. I just.
Is this the only taxi in town?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Look, I've simply got to get to the Lorenz place. I'll make it worth your while.
Oh, I'm sorry, lady, but that truck's going up there. You might get a ride with him. That is, if you don't mind riding with a coffin.
Would you give me a lift to the Lorenz place?
What do you want to go there for?
To see the professor.
Does he expect you?
No, but
Then we can't take you.
Not gonna happen. Damn it. Oh, shit.
Wow.
Nice. I love the commitment.
Yeah, no, they definitely won't notice that. Is he always silent in these?
For the most part, yeah.
Get off and stay off.
Actually,
Look, I've got to see Professor Lorenz.
I'm wrong.
It's
Just
important.
wait.
I said you couldn't ride.
Hey, wait a minute! You've got my bag! Oh.
She's already halfway there. She might as well walk.
In heels, though.
Yeah, it's not an easy walk.
Would you mind giving me a lift?
Well, certainly not. Where are you going?
I'm trying to get to the home of Professor Lorenz.
Well, you're in luck. That's where I'm going. Get in.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm out of gas.
Nothing doing.
My name
Not
is
gonna
Dr.
make it.
Foster.
I'm Patricia Hunter.
Are you a friend of the Lorenz?
No, I'm a reporter. I hope to interview the professor. You're his doctor, I presume?
Well, not exactly. Lorenz is a doctor himself, but he has no license to practice. I've been working with him. We're trying to find a cure for his wife.
Oh, I see. What type of people are the Lorenzes?
You'll find them very interesting. Professor Lorenz is a man of unusual accomplishments, but his wife is rather peculiar. I expect you'll find them both a bit eccentric.
Unusual, peculiar, eccentric. You're gonna love them.
They're very interesting people.
Toby, tell your master I'm here.
Cheerful little fellow, isn't he?
I told you they were eccentric.
I'm inclined to believe you.
Get out, you gargoyle! Get out!
Damn. Did you call him a gargoyle?
A gargoyle? Man, that's another great put down.
Come right in. Good evening, Professor Lorenz.
Underutilized.
Countess. May I present Miss Patricia Hunter?
How do you do?
We have been expecting you.
So you found my bag in your truck?
Yes. There it is.
Miss Hunter's a newspaper woman.
I came here hoping you might grant me an interview.
An interview? About what?
No one asked you to come here. You are not welcome.
Get the
Oh.
fuck out of my
Yourself,
house.
my dear.
Did you see
I'm
that?
sure Miss Hunter meant no harm.
She just laughed.
Please forgive
Yeah.
my wife. She's not
It was really quick.
Come, you had better retire.
So a quick jab of a slap.
Leave it
That's
to
what you
Elizabeth
call being
Russell.
eccentric. Well, I have another name for it.
Bitch. I hate her.
I do not like that girl.
She is here for no good.
We have nothing to fear.
Yeah, we all know you don't like her. Just loud.
I'm sorry, Professor, if we're intruding.
Not at all, Dr. Foster. This is our evening for work. Please, be seated.
Thank you.
What do you wish to interview me about?
Orchids.
Orchids?
Yes, I understand that you're an authority on the subject.
They were once my hobby, but I haven't grown any for several years. Which species are you interested in?
A very rare one of the Stanhopea type. A horticulturist told me that you're the original hybridizer of it.
Have you ever seen one?
Yes, I have one in my bag. I'll show it to you.
Great.
Where
Let me
did
take
you
a look
get
at
it?
that.
Oh, a friend of mine gave it to me. You see, I'm doing an article on orchids for my newspaper, and I thought that you might be willing to supply me with some special data.
I'm sorry I can't spare a time tonight, Miss Hunter. You see, I have very important work to do with Dr. Foster.
I understand.
If your interview can wait until morning, I'll drive you back here then. If that's agreeable to Professor Lorenz.
Well, it's quite agreeable, but I would suggest that you both stay here as my guests.
Thank you very much, but I prefer going to a hotel.
Just as you wish.
Yeah, we've seen this movie. We're not staying there.
I think it would be foolish to go out in such a storm.
The professor is right, Miss Hunter. Perhaps we had better remain.
Classic.
However, if you insist, I'll gladly drive you back to the village.
I'm afraid that would be an imposition since you've so much work to do. Thank you, I'll stay.
Well, that was easy.
Yeah, didn't take much convincing.
Toby will show you to your rooms.
Instantly regretting her decision. You can tell by the look on her face.
Toby, take up Miss Hunter's bag.
Good night.
Good night. I'll meet you in the study soon. Very well.
Why did you ask her to spend the night here?
A very special reason.
Just back in my cupboard I go.
Thank you.
I guess you sleep very good. Maybe.
The few times I've stayed overnight here, I slept unusually well.
It must be wonderful to have nerves like that.
Unusually
Tell me,
well.
just how well do you know these people?
Why, actually, not very well. I've only recently moved into the village. You know, a young doctor trying to establish a practice.
Well, I must be keeping you from your work. Good night, Doctor.
Good night.
What do you want?
Yes, you are beautiful.
How did you get in here?
So young. Such lovely skin. Sometime you too will be a bride.
That was good. That was. You gotta love it. Oh, wait. Oh, shit. I think I was supposed to go to the break there. I want to go ahead and go to the break right there. trying to keep track of breaks is never easy when you got a double feature and twice the movie, twice as much to keep track of, but pretty sure I was supposed to take the break there. So that was the first half of The Corpse Vanishes. What do we think so far, Evan?
I think this reporter's bitten off a little more than she should chew.
Just a little bit.
Kind of gotten herself into a situation here.
Yeah. I mean, the orchid is obviously, a pretty good clue to have, but if you're it sends you right into the clutches of the bad guy, you'd think that you'd be able to figure that out quicker than, just sitting in there and being like, everybody's really weird in here, but I guess I'm all right. Now she's
got to ride this one out, I think.
She does. She is stuck in that house with Lugosi and all his other ghouls.
This is feeling kind of familiar. We're stuck in a house again.
Right. And again, this is before Voodoo Man. This is 2 years before Voodoo Man, I think. So it's although it's familiar, this is one of the first to kind of explore this plot. And Lugosi, again, he hasn't had very many lines, honestly. He hasn't had
not a ton. He's had we've had a few shots where it's just him leering.
Right.
I do really like his crew, like his entourage of minions.
Yeah.
Usually if he has, or at least the things that we've seen so far, I feel like if he has any minions, they're kind of silent, or they're just not very much of a character.
Right.
But these characters, these people have a little bit more. And I like that they're calling him Master, almost like he's. It makes me think of Dracula, but
well, that's the funny thing about him being a mad scientist, but he's also like sleeps in coffins and like all these other, has people calling him Master. It's like, okay, well, does he have some other powers? Is he some other kind of a mad monster guy? I mean, again, that's the beauty of just Lugosi as an actor, is that you hire him in a horror movie role and he just, what is he? Is he a magician? Is he just he could be
I haven't
anything.
quite nailed down what the villain of this movie is.
We haven't, but that's the beauty of Lugosi, is he could be anything. That's why you hire him. He can do it all. So we'll see as we get into the second half of this what he's got going on. I mean, again, for Lugosi, this is, in terms of what we've seen, this is like a year after Invisible Ghost, the year before the Ape Man. So just in the middle of all his Poverty Row stuff, he was trying to kind of make a comeback at Universal. At this time, it wasn't really working out. I mean, he had played the role of Igor in 1939, and then again the year before this in 1941.
Okay. One of his crew in this kind of feels like an Igor type.
Yeah, it's definitely kind of going for this similar idea of this deformed henchman who, I mean, although in the case of Igor, that's the beauty of Lugosi playing this character, is he makes him so diabolical. Like, he's such a force to be reckoned with. Like, he is a monster in and of himself. Like, Lugosi's Igor, everybody like knows kind of, Igor is just a henchman to the monsters, but Lugosi's Igor in particular is really pretty ruthless. I mean, he uses the monster to kill all his enemies, like and Lugosi plays that role with relish in both of the movies he plays Igor in. So that was around the time that this came out. Of course, he'd been working for Poverty Row. He had filmed the movie Black Dragons before this, and spooks run wild, and so I mean he was pretty busy at Poverty Row, but I mean the man, he was in his middle career here, so obviously not his prime, but you see he was dedicated to his work, dedicated to his craft, right?
Yeah, I mean he's doing his thing.
That's Lugosi. So for the break, what we're gonna get is actually an interview of Lugosi, pretty much in his prime. It comes from, I think, 1932 or 33, maybe. And it's an interview. It's pretty stylistic, honestly. And I was looking at the credits today. It's directed by a woman. So for 1933, 32, that's pretty unique. Even if it is just a little short, but it's obviously kind of leaning into his image and his persona, and I think he's giving some phony answers, but it's still a fun little short where he is also being pretty truthful, being like, okay, I just wrapped up a movie and I'm about to start a new one next week. Like, I'm just constantly working. That was Lugosi. So this interview does kind of give a realistic look into his, the prime of his career, which was before this. But I mean, even when he was in the middle part of his career as he is tonight, he was still kind of just similarly motivated to always be working. So you can't fault a man for that, to be sure. So anything before we go to the break, Evan?
I think I got nothing.
All right, then we're going to get into this interview of Lugosi, and then we'll be back with the exciting conclusion of the Corpse. Is it Vanishes?
Vanishes.
Corpse Vanishes. So stick around. We'll be right back.
That corpse.
Hello? Oh, hello, Ira. Oh, I just loved you, but I had an assignment for an interview. And boy, guess who? Oh, no, you're all wrong. It's Bela Lugosi. Yes, the mystery man.
Yes, we finished the picture yesterday.
Well, do you start another immediately?
I think the next week.
You're Hungarian, aren't you, Mr. Lugosi?
Yes, I am. What I mean, I'm Hungarian by birth. I'm an American now.
Well, why did you leave Hungary?
Political reasons. After the war, I participated in the revolution, and later, I found myself on the wrong side.
Oh, that's very unfortunate. What are you studying now?
I'm studying now American slang. I know how to say okay, and cat's whiskers, and baloney, and how. Come on, let's sit down.
Okay.
Yes, and I can't change the water because all the fish die. I feed it myself every morning.
Oh, you do? Oh, there's plenty water today. But you did become a citizen, didn't you, Doc?
Oh, some time ago, and I'm very glad and happy about it. I can stay here for good.
Mm-hmm.
It's very nice to live in a country where people know how to mind their own business. And there's something else. It's wonderful how the American people display their sportsmanship.
Mr. Lugosi, did you play any mystery parts in Europe?
No, I didn't. By accident, I did.
Well, what type of roles did you play?
Oh, different kind of roles. Character, dramatic, romantic, all kinds.
Well, have you ever been interested in anything outside of your profession?
Oh, yes, very much. I like to model, to sculpture. In my spare time, I like to put my surplus energy. I married.
Well, what was your first mystery play?
It was Dracula,
Or did the role depress you?
very much. It haunted me. I often dreamed of the dead. In the morning when I woke up, I was tired, depressed. Did you see the play?
No, I didn't. I'm awfully sorry. But what kind of makeup did you use?
Well, I can show it to you on the picture I promised you.
Oh, I'd love to see it.
Here it is.
Oh, how frightfully weird.
It isn't so much a makeup. It's rather expression.
I'm afraid I'll dream about this myself tonight.
You flatter.
Well, you're satisfied with your work in the picture?
No. Whenever an actor gets satisfied with his work, he's done, he's through. You see, in the National Theatre of Hungary in Budapest, all the great character parts are played by 4 or 5 different players. Each competes with the other. Each plays a part in accordance with their own conception. And the audience is just as much interested in the actor's conception of the role than it's interested in the play itself.
Mm-hmm. Well, would you like to play in any more mystery parts in the future?
Yes, why not? I fancy it. Very interesting. But I would rather have it combined with some romance. It has a much greater appeal to the audience, and even the box office of the producers would gain more. Romance is very important.
Well, speaking of romance, do you ever go to any Hollywood parties?
No, life is too short for that. I wouldn't waste my time. There are so many interesting and wonderful things in the world that a man could achieve and experience. Besides, I don't even know how to play that, what do you call it, ukulele.
Oh, but you have so many friends, Mr. Lugosi.
Well, I guess I'm pretty much of a lone wolf. I don't say I don't like people at all, but to tell you the truth, I only like them if I have a chance to look deep into their heart and in their mind. If I find there something worthwhile, some human kindness, some sympathy.
Mr. Lugosi, are you interested in...
Pardon me. I'm coming.
Why, I didn't hear anyone calling.
I'm sorry.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, I understand.
And we are back. So that was a nice little Lugosi interview for you there. And
let's put it to the audience. Who do you want to see interviewed?
You want Boris Karloff. You gave me Lugosi. Now I want to see Karloff. Damn it.
Yeah, I want the intimate interview.
Yeah, no, that was good though. I mean, you can tell he's having fun with it. You know, I mean, again, Lugosi just is kind of a dedicated actor, even with these kind of movies. And I mean, you know, this is about as ridiculous as it can get. They started filming this on Friday the 13th. of March, 1942. So a lot of his movies, they would, especially his Poverty Row movies, they would do things like that. Like if there was a started on Friday the 13th, it's like all for the publicity, and Lugosi took it all in good stride, but it was obviously like hard for him to be in these movies, and his co-stars always had like, they always kind of said that he was distant, like the leading man in tonight's movie, Tris Coffin. He was interviewed in the Poverty Row Horrors book, which covers tonight's movie. And he said, Bela Lugosi was a very unusual man who kept to himself a great deal. He had a great talent. In the film, Lugosi and the woman playing his wife, Elizabeth Russell, he said, they were required to sleep in caskets. When we shot the sequence, she refused to get in it. She was fearful of it. Eventually, they had to use the double.
Really?
So, I mean,
wow.
Obviously,
she had to go stand in the coward's corner.
Well, it's funny for her because apparently around this time, according to the book, she had gained a reputation as a female Lugosi because she had been in a few Val Lewton horror movies at the time. Val Lewton was a producer who worked at RKO, and he made these, you could call them psychological thrillers, but they were definitely like horror movies. And have you ever heard of Cat People or Val Lewton, he was kind of the guy that invented the jump scare. Like in these movies, like Cat People is one of the first movies to actually like kind of do that. And a lot of his movies from RKO at the time used those techniques. But Elizabeth Russell is she is like the first Catwoman in the movie Catwoman. Like there's the main female lead who is like believing she may be a Catwoman, but there's another woman from her country who is like definitely a Catwoman. That's Elizabeth Russell, but she also plays a completely different role in the sequel, which is totally unrelated to the first movie. You gotta love about these Hollywood horror movie sequels, but Curse of the Cat People is like totally unrelated. It's not totally unrelated. It just doesn't, it's not a horror movie. It follows a little girl and that she's having trouble making friends, and it's Christmas time. But it's still a horror movie because her dad was married to the Catwoman in the first movie.
Okay.
So it's like a weird way that it's a sequel, is that like, even though we're following this little girl and her like coming of age story, her dad was the guy in the first movie that was married to the Catwoman. And so now his daughter is cursed by the spirit of
Christmas.
Of Christmas and the Catwoman, yes.
Yeah. They all learn what the spirit of Christmas is all about.
You gotta love these old classic movies. They always got a really weird roundabout way of getting to a moral. Whether it's that or tonight's movie. All of Lugosi's Poverty Row movies do that. But yeah, we're about to get into the exciting second half of Corpse Vanishes.
Yeah, so where were we? She's locked in.
She's spending the night.
She's spending the night.
She's spending the night. She's tucked in bed, and it's dark. So things tend to happen in the dark in these movies. So we'll see what happens. Anything before we get into it?
I hope this movie also ends with a vat of acid and a skeleton.
Fingers crossed. We can only hope. That's where my bet is. Again, I haven't seen this movie all the way through, so I don't even know how it ends. So hopefully it's that, but we'll see. Well, on that note, we're going to go ahead and get into the exciting conclusion of our 70th film of the stream. You didn't know that, did you? Yeah, the 70th film. The corpse vanishes right now. Coming out of a wardrobe.
I think a wardrobe's like a standing desk for a vampire.
Pretty much. Well, a Murphy bed.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Back it up. Back it up.
Just gonna smirk and climb back into the wardrobe.
Simple direction.
This is the minion room.
Yeah, it's pretty sad, you know. You don't even get like your own room, your own bed. Their poor mother has to sleep in a chair.
Someday, the master will catch you. Then you'll be sorry.
He's just gonna leer over everybody.
I don't know if the audience can tell it. Our Halloween episode, we're getting to some Halloween
Digging into
candy.
a big bowl of candy. That's what I'm doing over here. I can't help it. I should have just left all the candy out so I didn't have to dig into this damn bowl.
Just poured it out over the desk.
I really should. Can't run through this hall barefoot.
Dr. Foster! Dr. Foster! Dr. Foster! Dr. Foster!
Now she's definitely in the coffin there.
Dr. Foster!
What's wrong?
I just saw someone in my room, a horrible-looking creature.
Not worried about these people in the coffin, though.
He disappeared back there.
We'll put a pin in that.
Apparently he's not here now. Where did you see him?
Leaning over my bed.
Of course, you might have been dreaming.
I'm positive I wasn't. Earlier in the evening, Mrs. Lorenz suddenly appeared and then disappeared. Do you suppose there's another entrance to this room?
Oh, I doubt it. Why don't you try to go back to sleep? No one's going to harm you. I'm sure it was just a nightmare.
I think this whole place is a nightmare. Professor Lorenz and his wife were actually sleeping in coffins. I saw them.
We often find it difficult to explain the peculiarities of some people.
I guess so. I'm awfully
They're
sorry
just
to bother
weird.
you.
It's
There's no
okay.
trouble.
A lot of people
If
are
you're frightened,
weird.
call me again. Good night.
Good night.
Lots of people sleep in coffins. It's not that weird.
What is the trouble?
The angel. He has disturbed our guests.
Always the angel. He is a menace to us.
Yes. I think the time has come to dispose of him.
Damn. Seems a little too familiar with that place. Oh my god. Just chomping down on that turkey leg.
Dude is all smiles now. His troubles are officially in his kit bag.
I want to see more of this, like somebody chasing another person while they're eating food. I'm gonna steal that 100%. It's like a nice, like little, like macabre detail, I guess.
Yeah, I think how effective that would be depends on how intimidating your actor is.
It's a good point.
Because this guy, he's almost giving off, like, when he was eating the food, slowly chasing this person, I was almost getting like a Frank Reynolds kind of vibe.
Well, this actor was actually part of the stock company of a famous comedic director, so it's kind of funny that he's in here playing a henchman to Horror Man Lugosi when he's like normally in a Preston Sturges comedy, just playing some over-the-top character. Again, and yeah, I mean, Frank Reynolds, he's practically a Preston Sturges character to begin with.
This corpse didn't vanish at all.
You better run.
Now you've done it.
You better go. Oh my god. Another bride.
Uh-oh.
That was good. That was a little Michael Myers moment for Lugosi there. Did you see that?
Yeah, it was pretty good.
That was sick. He came out of the
Angel.
shadows.
I would not hurt you.
Awkward.
That was really cool, though, the way he came out of the shadows. Like
It
that.
was
I haven't
really cool. I like
seen
that.
A Lugosi shot like that was a Michael Myers shot for sure. It is so cool to see that they did that with him. Woo!
Bonk.
Damn, she fucking slammed out on the floor.
Yes?
Good morning, Miss Hunter.
Oh, good morning. Just a minute, Dr. Foster. I want to see you.
Yeah, that was a pretty good pratfall.
Yeah, you could
Dropping
hear
on
the
the
hollowness of that stage floor.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were up.
Oh, I've been up all night with dead people.
Dead people? What do you mean?
Come in and I'll tell you. What kind of a place is this? Last night I had the most horrible experience of my life.
Well, what was it?
I saw lots of girls in crypts down underneath this house.
Pardon me. What was that you were saying?
Didn't mean to
Miss
hit you
Hunter?
with the door.
I
What
view
were
a
you saying?
mausoleum in the basement.
Mausoleum? What are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about. All those dead girls and that horrible dead creature.
My dear, you must have had a bad dream.
Now look, Professor. This was no dream.
When did you see all this?
Shortly after I called you and told you about that horrible creature in my room.
Is that true, Dr. Foster?
Why, I don't recall anything about it, Miss Hunter. You must be mistaken.
Well, if I was dreaming, it was the darndest nightmare I've ever had.
Well, I slept very soundly myself.
Miss Hunter was rather upset, I think, when she retired. You see, in our dreams, our minds play strange tricks on us sometimes.
Yes, I suppose so. Oh, Professor, that orchid I brought up here to show you's gone. I couldn't find it in my bag.
That's too bad. Perhaps you forgot to pack it. Will you be down soon?
Yes, right away.
Are you coming, Doctor?
Of course.
Ooh. She just said it was gone, right?
Shall we go into breakfast?
No, thank you. I've got to get back to the city. Will you drive me to the station, Dr. Foster?
I'll be glad to.
But what about the interview?
Well, that'll have to wait until some other time. I just remembered an appointment at the office. So I've got to catch the next train. You'll excuse me, Countess?
Yes, I will excuse you.
Oh, Professor, do you also make a hobby of collecting coffins?
Why, yes, in a manner of speaking. I find a coffin much more comfortable than a bed. Many people do so, my dear. Is it so strange that I accept one while waiting for eternal rest?
No, I suppose not. Well, thank you for your hospitality. Goodbye.
I trust we will meet again. It has been so nice meeting you.
Don't tell me I'm still dreaming.
Why, what do you mean?
That gravedigger. He's real, isn't he?
Oh, he's real, all right. But I hardly think he's a gravedigger. More likely laying the foundation for a house.
You're a trusting soul, aren't you, Doctor?
Is that a crime?
No, on the contrary. I envy you.
Are you trying to make me believe you're one of those hard-boiled reporters that we read about or see in the movies?
No, but working on a newspaper, one becomes cynical and suspicious.
Peeping through the curtains.
I've enjoyed meeting you, Miss Hunter. I hope to have the pleasure of seeing you again.
I have a hunch you will, Dr. Foster.
Oh, tell me, just why did you come up here? Or is it the secret?
It is, but somehow I feel that I can trust you.
You can.
You've heard of the case of the vanishing brides.
Why, surely.
I think I have a clue.
You don't mean that you suspect...
Yes, I do. I want to show you something. What are these?
Why, they're orchids, of course.
You bet they're orchids. And they didn't grow in my dreams. They're exactly like the one that disappeared from my bag.
Where did you get them?
I found them on the floor beside my bed this morning. The person who came into my room last night must have brought these with him.
That seems like a logical explanation.
There's no question about it. Honestly, Doctor, don't you remember meeting me in the hallway last night?
No, I don't. And if I did, I must have been asleep.
Either that or you were hypnotized.
Yes, that's quite possible.
That car was
Well, watch
awfully
your step.
close to that.
And if you discover anything, phone me.
That's a promise.
Goodbye.
Not goodbye. Au revoir.
All right, print the story on page 1. Keep your fingers crossed that this paper isn't sued for libel by some of these phony suspects that the police are bringing in.
Well, I got me a Rembrandt of the guy they just brought in.
I don't want photographs. I want real clues. The DA's office can't pick up the madman who's stealing the bodies of these dead girls. Maybe we can.
Okay, I'll throw it in a wastebasket.
No, I'll have it developed. Doyle, where's Lefty?
Over at Central Station.
The only thing he gets over there is a game of gin rummy. Tell him to get back here.
Well, I got something.
I'll say you have. You're fired.
What do you mean? You can't do that to me.
Listen, just because the bodies of dead girls disappear is no reason why you can do a vanishing act.
But you gave me the assignment.
Yeah, I suppose I did. All right, where have you been? What have you uncovered?
Well, hey, not so fast. Listen, Mr. Keenan, last night I went through the most gruesome experience of my life.
You should talk. All my life has been a nightmare.
Well, you can rest easier now because I've seen plenty.
Who is this fucking
I can only
guy?
prove I wasn't dreaming.
Dream?
I had a dream last night myself. I dreamed you gave me that raise you've been promising me.
All right, Madam Zorro, go on with your dream story.
Well, there's a certain Professor Lorenz that lives upstate. He knows all about orchids, but insists that he doesn't grow them anymore. Yet I found these in my bedroom this morning.
Listen, Dizzy, you didn't go off someplace and get married, did you?
No, I didn't. But I saw the bodies of those other missing brides.
All right. Now, take it easy. Stop breathing hard, Pat, and tell me all about it. Did you really see any bodies?
Yes and no.
I see. Just a bit of ectoplasm.
Well, I'm sure I did, though, only... Oh, I can't explain it.
Yeah, you're suffering the same way I am. I see brides everywhere. Hear wedding bells ringing in my ears.
And I saw a dead man, too. A monstrosity.
Very well.
I'd like to see Miss Hunter.
Oh, I'm sorry. She's busy. She's with Mr. Keenan.
It's very important that I see her. I'm Dr. Foster. I wonder if you'd mind announcing me.
Mr. Keenan, there's Dr. Foster here. Insists on seeing Miss Hunter.
Tell him he can have all of her time from now on.
That's the Dr. Foster I was telling you about. Maybe he has more evidence.
All right, send the sawbones in.
Hey, look, if you don't mind. I'm
Old
going out for a nervous breakdown.
Sawbones.
Well, Doctor, you almost beat me here.
Yes, I drove down.
Dr. Foster, Mr. Keenan, my editor.
I'm very glad to meet you,
How
Mr.
do you
Keenan.
do? This cub reporter of mine has been telling me a weird story about a certain Dr. Lorenz up in your neighborhood.
It's weird, all right, but I'm confident it's true. After you left, I looked around the station to find out if Lorenz had any of the coffins assigned to him. I found a consignment, all right. And instead of a coffin, it was a box filled with this stuff.
So what? That's ordinary garden moss.
It's moss, all right, but not ordinary. This is a special type used by florists and hybridizers for growing orchids. It's called osmondin.
Which proves that he does grow orchids like these. And the same kind were worn by every one of the brides that died.
Well, maybe it is a clue. But how do I know that the rest isn't a cockeyed nightmare? She admits that you don't remember talking to her.
I could have talked to her while in a somnambulistic state, under the influence of hypnotism.
We got some Caligari action.
Are you trying to tell me that this Professor Lorenz is a hypnotist as well as a horticulturist?
Why not? My short acquaintance with him has convinced me that he's a man of unlimited talents. He's strange, peculiar. I've even suspected him of being insane. But the fact remains he's not only a doctor, but a physicist and a scientist of great ability.
How about this hot-headed wife of his?
I hesitate to bring her into the case at all. Professional ethics forbids a doctor talking about his patients.
Oh, forget about your ethics, Doctor. After all, we're after a criminal. How does this woman fit into the picture? Come on, tell us all you know.
The peculiar fact about her is that although she has the appearance of a young woman, her heart and arteries indicate that she's at least 70 or 80 years old.
Holy shit.
Doesn't explain anything. Certainly doesn't explain why Dr. Lorenz should steal these dead girls.
It's possible they may still be alive.
Alive in a cataleptic state?
She...
That's it.
All right. What are your other
He's
deductions?
due for a heart attack
Simply
any
this.
day now.
These young girls,
So
whether
it goes,
dead
he
or
got picked
alive,
up by a
are being
cougar,
used by
huh?
Lorenz in some manner as human guinea pigs to sustain his wife in a youthful state.
Oh, that's preposterous.
It's nothing of the kind. Scientists are finding out every day that glands and hormones have a lot to do with life and health.
The glands in our bodies help determine the condition of our teeth, the texture of our hair.
All right, we'll admit all that. But I wouldn't dare print such a fantastic story.
I bring you the biggest story of the year and a chance to get this newspaper a real scoop, and you call it fantastic.
All right, I'll put Doyle on it to track it down.
I'm afraid you won't get very far. Professor Lorenz is a clever man, clever enough to withstand any investigation and destroy any evidence.
Why not track the fellow?
How?
Well, he steals dead brides, doesn't he?
Oh, now look, Pat, do you want to be a June bride?
Well, sure. I mean, that is, no, not yet. Anyway, Lorenz knows me.
All right, then stop talking nonsense. This paper can't assume the responsibility of such a harebrained scheme.
Oh, please, Mr. Keenan, you can't pass up an opportunity like this.
And did he? We'll never know.
There she is. Cigarettes?
Hey, she's cute. Well, would you like to dance?
Later. Business before pleasure, you know. Hello, Peggy. Hello, Pat. Miss Woods, Dr. Foster.
Good evening, Miss Woods.
How do you do? I have something important to tell you. I'm all ears.
She got
Let's go to
some
your
Cools. She got some
Okay.
Raleighs.
All right.
Dude, Cools. That's great. They still make Cools?
Peggy, I've landed a good part for you.
Dude.
A chance to prove your talent.
I feel
Really?
like
What
up
is it, a
until
picture or a
recently
play?
they
Neither
must
one.
have, right?
My paper's going to stage a phony wedding, and we want you to be the perfect June bride.
Now, wait just a
With
minute.
bridesmaids and flowers and all the trimmings.
What is it, a circulation stunt?
You know they made that in
You've
North
heard of the
Carolina.
case of the vanishing bride.
Sure.
Well,
One
this
would
is the
hope
plan
so.
we have to track the person who's been stealing their bodies.
Are you kidding?
Certainly not. The job will pay you plenty.
How will I collect if I'm dead?
You won't be dead. All you have to be careful of is not to smell any flowers.
All I do is lie 6 feet underground and push 'em up. Nix, count me out.
Listen, Peggy, I'm offering you a chance to get your picture on the front page of every newspaper in this country. Overnight, you'll be famous. Broadway producers and Hollywood studios will be offering you contracts. Why, it's the chance you've been waiting for.
Wow. What a fucking bitch. She just...
She just talked her into it.
Most unusual type. Such fascinating eyes.
She'll make a charming addition to our family.
June 20th.
A date we shall not forget. Father, what are you doing in this part of the house?
Master, I keep hearing my son's voice calling for me.
Your son is better off where he is. Go back to your work.
Master, you shouldn't have done it. He didn't deserve to die.
Do what I say and don't come up here again.
Yes, master.
Now float away.
Well, everything's all set. She's young and pretty.
Yeah. What assurance have we that this Lorenz guy will show up to make the snatch?
And what happens if he does kidnap this fake bride?
Well, the private chapel and neighborhood will be covered with guards, and, well, Lorenz hasn't a chance to escape.
Providing he shows up. And if he doesn't, I'm the sucker and out $500.
And if he does, you have an exclusive story with big, juicy headlines.
Cost me $500 to
hope you're
stage
right.
a fake wedding. And these days, you know how much that is? It's like $50,000.
Well, blushing bride, here's where you go on for your big scene. Or big flop. My knees are shaking.
There's nothing to be afraid of. Here's your bouquet and the phony orchid. Now, don't forget to put on your act.
Leave that to me. You got plenty of photographers out there?
Certainly.
And what about the cops?
How many times do I have to tell you nothing's going to happen to you?
Oh, Miss Hunter,
Yes?
I wanted to ask you, in this ceremony, shall we use the word cherish or obey?
You mean for the bride? Well, just for this once, let's put
What
the
the
old-fashioned
fuck?
word in. Obey.
I've marked the words here.
Just read the ceremony slowly, solemnly.
Yes, I understand.
I hope what you're doing isn't wrong.
It's all in good cause.
They got an
Well, I
actor to
suppose
play
it
a
is.
priest too.
Well,
The
if you need
priest
me,
is
you'll
like,
find me in my study.
Thank you.
you guys,
You've been grand,
this is
Reverend.
this doesn't feel
You'd
right.
better go get ready.
What do I do now?
Just march down the aisle and don't forget to faint at the altar.
Well, here goes nothing.
How's everything going?
All right so far, I guess.
Good.
Ceremony's about to begin.
I certainly hope somebody shows up besides these ham actors I'm paying.
You know, it seems to me that if Lorenz were ready to strike, he'd have sent an orchid.
Just a minute. I'll take that.
Did you say
And I'll take you with it.
There you are. Looks like our man's going to pounce all right.
It looks like you're right.
It looks just like a real wedding, doesn't it?
Yes. Too bad it isn't. Ours.
Sure.
Is that a proposal, Dr. Foster?
It certainly is.
The minister
Right
would
at the
like to speak to you in his
climax.
study, Miss Hunter.
Want to get
But-
married?
Oh, you mean the real minister.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'll be right back. You wanted to see me, Reverend?
Dun, dun, dun.
Where's Pat?
The minister sent for her.
Damn, got her. Time to spring into action. Gotta get my fedora on.
I'll be right back.
Oh, Pat!
Pat. Oh shit. Go, Angelo. Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Please, Master, don't leave me.
Oh! Damn.
Ice cold.
Cold-blooded. This lady better avenge both of her sons.
Toby, my son, where is Toby, Master?
Toby's gone. Alice,
You shouldn't have left.
stop whimpering. How's the Countess?
Waiting as usual.
Hurry up, let's go.
Gotta love this little rinky-dink lab.
Yes, but we'll be
Just
finished
a
before
bunch of
anyone finds
fucking
us.
test
But the
tubes
bride-
and beakers.
What will we do without him?
We have to leave him here.
Which means I will perish.
Oh, it isn't hopeless to find other girls. In the meantime, we take this one with us.
What are you waiting for?
Well, my dear, again we meet, only under different circumstances.
So casual.
I would
Again,
prefer that you would
maybe.
be a bride, but it really doesn't matter. It will serve our purpose just as well.
Now both of my sons are gone. You betrayed me, Master.
Jesus.
I heard enough. There's work to do.
Kill him.
No! No! You betrayed me, Master. You shouldn't have done
They
it.
didn't show it. They must have cut that out. Jesus Christ. Oh, blood.
You stay here and cover that.
Your hand is unsteady.
You should be able to do precision surgery. I don't care if you've got a knife in your back or not. Why?
Pat!
So he could swoop in and pick her up, I guess.
Pat!
Pat.
Is she dead?
No.
Is she dead?
All right. Break it up. We've got headlines to write.
Do I get a byline?
After this, you can have a clothesline with my shirt on it.
I now pronounce you man and wife.
Finally make a newspaper woman out of you. Go and quit.
And to think that this was the cause of it all.
Wow. That was the Corpse Vanishes. So what did we think, Evan?
Thought that was a powerful flower.
Yeah, it really was. My goodness. Getting all those brides and then even the comic relief at the end.
Yeah,
Oh,
pungent.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, it's gonna take all the brides down and kind of lead this newspaper woman down a rabbit hole of, this mad scientist's lies and deceit.
Does this flower smell like ether to you?
That was basically the whole plot, essentially. Yeah. Pretty much.
Gonna
What do you
kidnap
think
a bunch of brides.
This orchids don't have smells. What do you think it smells like to you?
We talking about orchids don't smell like anything.
That was pretty much the whole movie.
That's the movie.
No,
Corpse
but
Vanishes.
yeah, I mean, it's definitely kind of your classic Lugosi poverty row horror film.
Yeah, I think the probably the most interesting angle of it is that it's brides getting stolen from the altar.
Right. Well, this originally it was in the UK. They weren't going to release it, and it wasn't until 1946 that they finally released it in the UK. But it was rated H for horrific.
Really?
Yep. This movie was rated H for horrific, and then like 6 years later it got rated, it was re-rated X, and it was retitled The Case of the Missing Brides.
Is that better or worse?
I think they basically phased out H by that point. So it was just kind of took the place.
The replacement.
Yeah. And eventually they did away with that, but at the time it was the movies that they were rating H and X didn't really make sense, because there were worse movies that weren't getting those ratings.
Yeah, don't know if I'd call this movie horrific.
No, not really.
Not really.
I mean, again, it's I don't know. I think basically by the late 50s they phased out the H for horrific rating, but by 1960, the time Psycho came out, I don't know what they did over there for that in Britain, but I forgot to say earlier. I meant to mention this way earlier. But the movie that we watched at the beginning of this double bill, House on Haunted Hill, was actually the inspiration for Alfred Hitchcock to make Psycho.
Oh, okay.
He saw the success that William Castle was having with his low-budget horror movies and that Roger Corman was having with his low-budget horror movies and realized, okay, I can make a black and white horror movie super cheap and probably make a lot of money. And that was how Psycho was born. And so William Castle's movie Homicidal was just kind of a rip-off of Psycho, which was a rip-off of what William Castle did. So it
all comes back around.
It does. I mean, but it is funny how like horror movies have always kind of worked that way, that you kind of figure out what's popular, and even the most like famous directors will try to get in on some trends if they think it'll help their career. Hitchcock was, more advantageous than people realize, but definitely like, Lugosi just kind of had a star presence that in a similar way, if he was just going to be in the movie, oh, okay, well, this movie will make money, they'll be successful. It's just kind of funny how, like you pointed out earlier, horror movies have just always kind of had that ability to, that you can get a lot of return on a little investment, So, I mean, even the Lugosi's day, I think they knew that to be true. And it's sad that Lugosi never saw you reap the benefits of that when the producers obviously did, but that was, unfortunate how his career turned out. But that was The Corpse Vanishes. So that was our final film of season 7. So
man, so sad.
We're done. That's it.
We're done.
That's season 7. And so now we're going to take next week off, and then we'll be back the next week for season 8. And of course, this will be a more stretched out season. Again, like our season last year during this time, we kind of stretch it from November to February because we have Thanksgiving and Christmas
coming up on the holiday.
All these holidays falling in, we end up spreading this season out. So, but we will be back the second Friday in November. And I don't know what we're going to be watching yet. It's a surprise. So definitely want to keep up with that. But of course, we are still going to be broadcasting some stuff on the channel through the end of this Shocktober. Tomorrow night, of course, it's going to be a full moon, so it wouldn't be the Scream stream if we didn't celebrate that with some werewolf movies. We're going to have 4 werewolf movies back to back to back to back tomorrow night, starting around 6-ish. Should last us through midnight as long as they don't get taken off YouTube. So definitely join us tomorrow night for those. And of course, on Halloween, all day, basically, I think starting at midnight, we're going to do reruns of some of the past episodes of the stream, some of our more popular episodes. And then around 9 o'clock or 8 o'clock on Halloween, 8 p.m. Eastern time, we're going to run a mixtape of different comedy sketches and horror movie clips and trailers and cartoons and all that good stuff. Just if you need something on to pass your Halloween away or something on while you're having a party or while the trick-or-treaters are there, that's what this is good for. And we've got our mixtape from last year, should be up tomorrow. It's up now in every country outside of the United States and the United Kingdom and about 40 other countries. But I think we're live in Canada with that right now. But tomorrow, because Disney put a claim on a short, and so I disputed it. So now it has to go 48 hours, and then they'll just make it public. So that should be public around tomorrow at like 4 or 5 in the afternoon. So that should be pretty popular because that's, it's a nice little Halloween mixtape. And then we'll have a live one on Tuesday. So plenty of stuff to round out your Shocktober. And of course, you want to catch up on any of our past episodes, you can find that over on our YouTube page at Stream Live. We're also over on all the socials, X, Instagram, TikTok at Stream Show. You can find me over on X at Spakenstein. Mr. Evan Sink is on X and Instagram at Caligari Cursed. Anything before we sign off tonight, Evan?
Just happy Halloween, everybody. Eat some candy for me.
For all of us. Until next season. Sweet screams, everybody.
And to all, a good fright.